shit. Did I fucking press the wrong button again? Oh. Fuck. Oh, let's hope that actually goes live. Oh, no. I pressed the wrong button. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Alright, wrong button hasn't been pressed. Thank God. I thought I closed the stream the moment I fucking press go. Oh, shit. Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Genshin Honkai Impact, man. Cares, hello. I managed to wake up early from an afternoon nap. Congratulations. I know that's a tough one, isn't it? Once you get whipped on those afternoon naps, dude, oh my god, recovering and waking up from those is actually impossible. Hey, what's up, said boy? Let's get for the dub. Honestly, today's only W's. I'm actually so hyped for the chapter. I'm so hyped for chapter 26 because it's open world and people have told me in the comments of the community post that it doesn't use energy. And I honestly, yes, they should do that. The story, just fucking get the energy out of there, dude. Oh, I'm so hyped about it. I'm actually so hyped. Facial, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, how are you doing? IJ, also, welcome to the stream. Good evening. It is, in fact, a good evening. Slightly toasty in my room here. But hopefully it cools down a bit and my jumper isn't gonna melt my skin off. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Hello. Hope everyone is having a great day themselves. Hopefully the weather's treating you nicely. Very chilly in Australia, might I say. Very chilly. I think last night it dropped down to like 0 degrees almost. Woke up in the morning with a lot of frost on the grass and cars. So hopefully everyone else's weather is doing slightly better. Hopefully the weather's doing slightly better. But obviously weather is weather. Have you seen the outfit Summer 5.9 skin part of Fellas, Mobius and Yai? Unfortunately I have seen them. It's near impossible, but I haven't taken a deep dive at, and I don't want to look at them too much, IJ. I was gonna talk about this as a general thing of like following games on Twitter, but I did see the skins on Twitter because the moment you start following any game on Twitter, you get to see all the spoilers. It's really painful. I'm not like gonna start blocking people, but it's like super frustrating sometimes to see the spoilers. Not spoilers, sorry, the skins aren't spoilers, but to see the content. But yes, I have seen them, and they all look really cool. I haven't seen the bursts and the ultimates and the interactions in the game with them, but I have seen the general concepts for the skins, and some of them do look very interesting. But as for on stream and like looking at the bursts, I think I'll leave that for a bit later. Maybe in 5.8, we'll take a bit more of a well, I guess like a deep dive. Maybe the look, analysis, conceptual redesign. I don't fucking know. But yeah, it's raining here. Oh, sad to hear. Unless it's a nice light shower, then that's the only good type of rain. Hello, Lariel. Venonian, welcome to the stream, both of you. Hello, hope you're doing great. Weather in Malaysia is heavy rain as usual. Honestly, I have 2 friends in Malaysia. Yeah, they say the same thing. They say the exact same thing. Honestly, if it's a light rain, I can get behind it, but if it's like, oh, if it's constant heavy rain, then that's pretty depressing. But hopefully it gets a bit better. People do say players can replay open world stories once all the arcs are finished. I can see the hope for you can replay chapter 29. I hope so too. I hope so there's a way to replay chapter 29. It would be really unfortunate if this... God, I clicked on it. It takes forever to load. It would be really unfortunate if there's no way to replay the first part of that. Because obviously I thought it was an event and accidentally did it. So hopefully there is, but who knows? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see, eh? We'll have to wait and see. Let me just start off by doing some open world tasks really quickly as I want to spend some energy before we get into the chapter. But not the spoiler story, I mean the content event for 5.9. And that's absolutely fair enough. I'm not, personally, IJ, I'm not going to look at it because I see no value in looking at it this early on. You know what I mean? I see no value in looking at it this early on because it's 5.9 and 5.8 is only coming out this week in 4 days or so. So it's like, in my mind, it's like, it could change, some stuff could change, so I'm like, hell, I'll let a few more kind of like testings go through on their end, and then I'll take a bit of a gander at it. 1, 2, 3. It's the same thing with like Genshin Impact. Like right now, I'm pretty sure there's content on Sumeru, or there will be content on Sumeru in terms of the beta very, very soon. But it's like, what's the point of paying attention to it? I can just wait until later, right? I can just wait until later, come back to it, and still have the same valid opinion. Hey, what's up, Hui? Owning Microbe, welcome to the stream. Andon as well. Hello, all three of you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having great days. Do I tend to buy the bridge background later? How do I do that? I do want to change my bridge. I love the Hyperion. Let me get that straight. I love the Hyperion. 10 out of 10 background. I want Taishuan Temple or whatever it's called, the Taishuan Rock Place. I want the Taishuan place. Arc City, because you can preview them, and I previewed Arc City, and it's like really noisy. Arc City is like noise central, and I don't really want that. So it's like, I want the Taishuan. Wait for some special event. One costs crystals and one costs money. God damn it. I don't want to spend either of those things on the game. Why is this game weirdly loud right now? Let's take that down a second. I don't want to spend either of those things on the background, to be quite frank. I just want to win. I just want to get it. You know what I mean? I just want to get it. Taishuan Bridge costs... Oh, let's go. See, that's the thing. If the Taishuan Bridge costs crystals, you've convinced me to get it. Arc City costs money? Good. Nobody wants Arc City. Unless you liked Arc City, and then you want Arc City. The Arc City uses B chip, in other words, money. Different currencies. Is that what you mean? It uses just a different currency. That's fair. That's fair. Arc City looks dead. Well, there's only so much you can do with like a background, right? What am I doing? There's only really so much you can do for a background, to be quite frank and honest to the game. If you add too much life, it would take up too much storage. Like, or rather, too much of like your PC power, or like device's power. Imagine if Arc City had like NPCs, like the Arc City Bridge had NPCs and roaming UI, AI, and just kind of general interactiveness. It would be very much laggy on most consoles, or most devices, sorry. What am I doing here? Tracking Honkai Purge. Do I kill these guys? Like Nick's skin uses B chips. I might have to look at that. Do you want to watch the Rita birthday CG? It's like the start of the captain. I'm not sure, and you can see Rita blushes. I'm assuming I'll see the birthday CG one when Rita's birthday is next, right? Unless they changed it. I think with the Captain verse stuff, now this might be a bit of a cop out in terms of experiencing the Captain verse, but it's like I'll just look up the general chronology. I'll just look up the general chronology, because jumping from like end to end would be very confusing. I forgot if you use B chips by skin, cost 30 or 50. Honestly, IJ, I ain't putting money in this game. And I'm not doing that in a spiteful way of not wanting to support the game. If I wasn't a very free-to-play centered person, I would 100% put money into Honkai Impact. But I like trying to beat games while free-to-play. So, no money for me. No money for me. But I have thought about the Battle Pass. I have thought about it. It's the thoughts, the temptations have crossed my mind. The Battle Pass, oh, that bad boy looks nice. 2 years ago, you searched for silly birthday CG? Do you want me to, or I have? Because I don't think I have. And I don't think I will today. Hoyo stance contains a bit of an overview for Captain Verse. or at least links to a doc made by someone that summarizes the story. And I think that's what I will do to get the gist of the Captain verse. I'm not too invested in the Captain verse. I just want to clarify that. I'm not too invested into it because to me it's not canon. Until the moment they tie the two stories together of Kiana and they tie that together with, or rather the main story with all the main characters, until they tie that to the Captain, I'm not really going to care about it too much. I don't know if that's like gonna offend some people. But that's just what I'm going to say right now. And I have no regrets. I'll pay attention to it. Not too much, though. Not too much, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Doesn't seem overly important. Like, the Captain's not really real, is he, right? Like, what does he look like, huh? What's he look like? We don't know. We don't know what he looks like, so he's not real. So... Captain's kind of cringe, dude. Captain's cringe. You have Captain Crunch in America, dude? Honkai has Captain Cringe. Just the truth. Captain Verse, you can just look it up. Someone made a summary for it in Google Drive. The Reader Birthday Event, just a simple 4-line, 1-paragraph summary. Alright. I will, for the whole overview, I will definitely look it up. 100%. Because I don't think I'm gonna, like, with me, the first Hoyoverse... Oh, sorry, Captain Verse story that I'm experiencing being this one, the Floriography. Floriograph? What's this one called again? Philography? Flabbergastery. Floriograph. I don't think this is the first one, right? So it's like, I've already messed up the order of looking at things. Expeditions. I sent some expeditions on. I want to get a triple S Sealy. I want triple S Sealy. That's my next goal for the expeditions. But I'm not going to send any out for now. Because we got to roll some more. We got to roll. This game is beyond a scam. This game is literally the most scammiest scam of all. Let's start the main story, boys. I've been told that this is a very, very long story. And I want to get into it as fast as possible. Any plan to pull for the next Valk? Who's that? Griseo? Probably not. Because she'll be coming out as like an SP character, and those are like, you get those kind of like for free almost. You kind of just get them through events and you can buy them in different ways. I probably won't roll for her, but I'll definitely get her and try to build her as free to play or whatever, I don't know. But I'm not going to save for her, or I'm not going to, sorry, spend for her. Birth of Tragedy. Here we are. The Birth of Tragedy. Oh, what's it asking me to do? Collection? Oh. Upgrade. Okay, rewards. This is the most important thing in the game. What can I get? What can I get? This is the most important thing. So, amount required. What are these things? I need some sort of books. I need some sort of pamphlets, and then mission reports. Oh my god, look at all these crystals, dude. Oh, so many crystals. Then we got some of the stuff. That stuff's like probably not important. All right. Collection overview. What is the overview? Tap here to unlock story segments. Oh yeah, this is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, it probably will be added for chapter 29 then, because this is for chapter 27, 20, 26, 27, 28. It probably will be added for chapter 29, 30, and 31. Oh, that's cool. Quite frank, I just want to relive the dialogue. I don't really want to do any of the other stuff. Okay. Go to map. Oh, that's to go to the map. Makes sense, doesn't it? Great work on your latest video. I can see Genshin add a bit of stuff here and there. Oh, if you haven't played in Genshin in a while, then yeah, definitely some stuff's been kind of upped and down and rejigged. Yeah, absolutely. ADV supplies basically for ranking up the Valkyrie? Oh, advanced supply? Is that what I rolled on? I don't know. It doesn't include all dialogue. Oh, that's so cringe. Cringe, Alright, fine. It's fine. To be quite frank, I can almost remember all the key points in chapter 29, but I will not talk about it until we get there. I will not talk about it until we get there. So let's forget about chapter 29. Currently we're on 26. The first open world story. Let me get into my speaking voice. Fix my hair because that affects the vocals. Enjoy the story. Thank you. Alright. And imagine if I immediately fuck up and stutter. The girl's consciousness slowly floated up from the abyssal darkness. Okay, immediately someone is dead. Immediately someone is dead. Okay, I love the start of chapter 26. Probably my favorite start. Someone immediately dead. Her most vivid memories played before her eyes. Who is he? Did I kill him? The girl was grief-stricken. Although the memories were fragmented, the pangs of guilt had tormented her for a long time. The victim must have been... No. No matter who the handsome man lying in the pool of blood was, the girl had let him down. A drop of water fell on the girl's cheeks, awakening her consciousness. The man turned his vacant gaze to something behind the girl. The girl wanted to turn around and see what he was looking at, but her body wouldn't respond to her commands. So he was. But why does it seem like he's crying? Was it because of that promise? I can't witness that moment. I didn't know it would matter so much to you, but I can tell you that you aren't looking at me. What is it you're upset about? Another drop of water fell on the girl's cheek. She lost consciousness once again. Damn. Oh. Don't forget to pin the spoiler comment. True, let me just do that right now. You actually provide a very good point, Kaz. Alright, watch this. Ready? We'll just hit it with one of these ones. We'll just hit it with one of these ones. Bam. And then I pin my own comment. Boom. Pin message. Bam. Don't spoil nothing. Relax, you were just having a nightmare. A calm voice seemed to come from far away. The girl tried to open her eyes, but all she saw was darkness. You haven't recovered your eyesight yet, but don't worry, that's normal when waking up from such a deep hibernation. The mysterious voice gradually filtered into her dream. In about an hour, your body will regain its function. Before that, I want to give you some basic information about the current error. I want to know who he's talking about. I also have a speculation because we went into the zone or into the world as Teresa, so I'm pretty sure Teresa's involved in this somehow. Right, do you know who I am? If you do, try to nod your head. The girl tried to remember how it felt to move her muscles. After a few seconds, she managed to nod her head several times. She felt like stretching, but her arms wouldn't obey her commands to move. Excellent. There's no need to rush. Your limbs will regain mobility within time. Anyway, I have some information to share with you. Currently, it is May of 2017 after death, or AD rather. Sorry, putting it that way may just confuse you further. In other words, it is now 520 years after you entered hibernation. Fair cop. Fair cop, dude. Alright. Over 4 months later, Friday, October 13th, 2017. What a depressing yet happy day. In 500 years, I've never seen a day like this. To fool everyone, you must pretend to be just like them. And most people will not come out from underneath their dark clouds to seek the sun. Okay. I know I didn't read whatever the hell he just said, but I don't care. Navigation. Okay, we already know how an open world works. Navigation. Navigation. What are we in? Are we in Elden Ring, dude? Is this the world of Elden Ring? Oh. Why does he walk like this, dude? Put your hands in your pockets or something. Oh my god. Yo, it actually looks kind of nice. Yo. What's this thing? Hello? No. Bro. The scenery actually looks pretty nice. Nice detail in the far. Nice castle, dude. Oh, this as an open world would like be amazing. Like if you can run everywhere. Maybe that is the whole thing. Maybe you can eventually unlock this whole place. Oh, this is who it is. Li Shushang. It is one of the disciples, isn't it? Isn't that one of the disciples? Isn't that one of the disciples? There was a Li in one of them. Alright, hello. Li Shushang. So you were here, Shushang. The scenery here is wonderful. Nagamitsu told me about this place. I doubt I would have found it on my own. It seems you're blending in with everyone. Excellent. You always seem to exceed expectations. Hey, weren't you the Raksha who was insisting that I become some kind of Raksha? Where have I heard that word before? Some kind of S-rank Valkyrie. Do you want me to take on my new identity or not? I was just concerned that you might have trouble adapting to modern society. It's alright, for those of us in Wanderer's house, aside from microwaves, showers, and flushing toilets, not much has changed. Of course, in this era, the average person can follow their own dreams, just like those examples I just gave. Now the world has conveniences that allow ordinary people to live independently, so there aren't as many annoying rules and customs. But if so-called freedom is you faking your own disappearance over the past few days. Okay. That's my fault for letting Amber and Nagamitsu take care of you during that time. Please forgive me. Well, I really wanted to meet Durandal and Rita as soon as possible. I'm hoping we'll be able to learn some martial arts from each other. I'm not sure about Rita, but I doubt Bianca would turn down an opportunity to spar. Are you saying you skipped town when everyone was busiest? Does it spell busiest? I don't think so. Whatever. I didn't want to be an imposition on everyone. Now you finally come back, but everyone else is constantly out on missions again. Seriously, that final plan of yours doesn't need to be that complicated. You could say I'm the best at these methods that are most satisfying to me. You're really satisfied with those? Could it be that you're probably mortal? What is this wording? Probably mortal. But as you know, I don't care that much about my own fate. Alright, Ewan, but there was something that surprised me even more. Is it true that you found a way to cross the boundary between past and present and you've managed to haunt every place in this town? Nagamitsu must have told you about that, but I didn't really summon the world of 500 years ago. I just used this data to create some kind of projection. Oh, so we're not in a real place? This place isn't real? Fire ghost, or ghost fires. They're projections of strong wishes from the past. Lingering residue of the old time. You can simply ignore them if you're not interested. Thanks, Otto, for really explaining a lot to me. So... what do you got for me? This is our final campaign, our enemy's last stand. We must not let them prevail. Is that clear? The enemy may use Honkai as a weapon, but we have lived until now so that we can annihilate the enemy. Don't mind me, I should organize the counterattack. Get moving, fool! Is this Sasha? As a child, she was tortured by Shixel's human experiments, and now in the final moments before victory in this battle. I'm sorry, Callan, she's fighting for you, and I didn't protect her well enough on this final campaign. Fair enough. Sasha. Have I heard that name before? I don't think so. I don't think I've heard of a Sasha. You idiots. I am Marseille Apocalypse, head of the House of Apocalypse and the legitimate overseer of Shixel. Who among you dares to kill me? Ah, seems like it's my pitiful nephew, Marciel. He's been a puppet overseer all his life and never realized he's a chess piece for someone else. Nephew? What? fair cop, fair cop. Even if I gave up I still don't know how to say it, Marsael, it would be nothing more than give me more than a relatively dignified death. So you already knew everything that's happened, my little brother Otto. Ah, it's my sister Risa. Couldn't they just call it anything but Risa? It sounds too close to Rita. It would indeed be a dignified death. After all, it was one of the carefully planned ways to die that you gave to Callan. Risa, no matter what, I'll never forgive you or myself, because you and I were the ones who caused Callan's death. Right, again, I feel this fucking Callan. I hate this character, dude. Actually, Pepega character. So we have Risa. Sorry, really quickly. We have Risa, Marsael, and Sasha. Got it. I'll remember them. It's quiet here. There's no trace of interference from those scoundrels. This is a church, like a temple for you Rakshas. Yes, this place has been quite refuge for 500 years. This is where my father announced that I would be inheriting the overseer position, but a woman murdered him shortly afterwards. That woman was my sister, Risa Shariak. That woman was my sister, Risa Shariak. Later, she also came here to manipulate my nephew Marsael into imposing her will on Shixel. And Callan, this was also the place where we parted ways, and she cut off contact with me. So those ghosts we ran into did have something to do with you. Yes, they all died in Shixel's civil war. The war was between Shixel's HQ under Risa's control and the new Shixel, of which I was elected command. Oh, so it's like the most pointless battle of ever. Nice. So you had to go through a civil war before you finally became overseer. That's right. That was in 1491, 14 years after Callan died, and I fled on my own. And it was back then that you started to work on bringing your old friend back from the dead, right? That's accurate. As I said when I wake you up, the time will soon be here. You aren't trying to retrieve her from the past, are you? He laughs very nonchalantly. He laughs very unconvincingly. If I could do that, it would make everything a lot easier. Ah, you haven't convinced anyone, Otto, you fucking idiot. History is history. We can't change the past one bit. Whether it's fragments of the world or imprints of souls, these are nothing like the real world and real people. Then how are you going to do it? Are you sure you want to know? The Raksha thought for a few seconds, then slowly began to explain. The girl was left speechless. But it wasn't because his explanation shocked her. In fact, his explanation just seemed to be a bunch of obscure terminology. The time stored in the imaginary tree could be reactivated using its inherent energy. The ability of Hoyoverses to control higher dimensional space could be channeled to induce a fracture in the time dimension, obviously. The girl had good reason to be doubtful. Was this stream of jargon even intelligible human language? Perhaps the subject really was extremely complicated, or maybe Otto was explaining it like this because he didn't want her to understand. Ah, I shouldn't have even brought it up. True. In any case, you saved my life more than once. Now that I'm on board, there's no going back now. Oh, so she's just here under, like, situation? Oh, fair cop. Are you kidding me? I can promise you that whatever happens with this plan, you won't be harmed. But based on what you've said, a lot of people will suffer, right? Rakshas. So here's... why are they calling him Raksha? If you remember, I did say Shixel was a church I can't even speak, church organization. Okay, true. Hey, Slip Tissue, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, man. Raksha has a lot of meanings depending on the language and time it's used in, which means it's funny depending on how you think Sushang is using it. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna... Whenever they say Raksha, I'm just thinking Otto, but yeah, fair cop. Then, besides paying my debt to you, I might also have to get my revenge. If you want to take your revenge now, feel free. Raksha opened his empty hands. If someone wanted to make a move, they could end his life in an instant. Alright, you're playing dumb. If I give you a clean slate, then I can no longer pay my debt to you, and where I come from, such a thing cannot be tolerated. I've never heard of an S-rank Valkyrie being bound by rules of a foreign land. Don't worry, I don't mean to argue with you, and honestly, I'm quite afraid of death. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be in this world after 500 years. Then Raksha, or the Raksha, laughed heartily. It was hard to say whether it was genuine or not. You are really just weird. Alright, I think it's almost time. There are new segments broadcast worldwide that I want to show you. Raksha can be described as a beautiful woman, kind, poised, athletic, hot, tall, and have a sharp mind of memory. Or a ruler or a lord. Another word for demon. See, that one for some reason sounds right. Because yaksha is like a demon. Or like a spirit or something like that. Slightly earlier, 8 a.m. Meridian determination time, a warrior named Fu Hua wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had just finished her morning training. This is the first time we're seeing Fu, right? After chapter 25. So, okay, this is epic. First time appearance. Surely she's just turned into Azure Imperia permanently. She just finished her training and was looking forward to a relaxing hot shower. Same. I'm looking forward to her having a shower. But she was stopped by a voice she had not heard in a long time. Good morning, Miss Fu. Okay, she's not senti. Kinda sus. Good morning, Einstein. Did you also come to work out? Yeah, I don't feel great if I don't work out. By the way, only Western-style breakfast is being offered on the base today. Have you gotten used to it? Of course, today's breakfast was delicious, especially the foie gras rather, and steak with truffles. Melt in your mouth deliciousness. It's great that you like it. It's been quiet out there lately, so the Sovereign has been showing off his culinary skills. Damn, Welt Yang in the kitchen, dude? Get me in. But as you've seen, he doesn't cook nearly as fast as a professional, so there aren't as many dishes available. No, please don't say that. Today's breakfast was really amazing. He did have the best ingredients to work with, but it was thanks to the breakfast that I felt like working out and saw you here. Actually, this Salt Lake base is so big that technical staff and combat personnel barely get to see each other except in the cafeteria. So meeting by chance like this doesn't happen often. Miss Fu Hua, although it happened more than 60 years ago, but when I was organizing my things lately, I came across this book still in good condition. I think this originally belonged to you. When Einstein pulled an old hardcover book with yellow pages, he pulled out the yellow pages, dude, from what year? Out of his bag. Fu Hua was amazed. 300 Tang poems. 300 Tang poems was a poetry anthology well known by the people of Shenzhou. The copyright date was 1955, the year that the North American branch broke away from Shixel. I gave this to someone in London that year. It was probably Conan Doyle. Although you warned him back then, maybe it's best that you went... Was it Conan Doyle? Hold up. Is the person that they gave the book to Conan Doyle by chance? Oh, maybe this is the connection to the Captain verse. Right? I gave this to someone in London. Conan Doyle. It is Conan Doyle. I'm not taking no for an answer. Wait, no. No, it's true. It's Conan Doyle. And maybe it's best that you went your separate ways. But memories are indeed a person's most treasured possessions. At least it's that way for me. Carl, Emma, and Joyce. They left a deep impression on me. They had an impact on the way I live my life, even today. Of course, I'm even luckier to have good people like Dr. Tesla around me these years. Yeah, that's real great. Compared to faint memories, having good friends by your side is really wonderful thing. Even though they will eventually be gone too, people should never reject happiness in the present because of the past sufferings or disillusionment with the future. As they say, people come and go, and the future becomes the present. True. Holmes? No, Conan Doyle. Conan Doyle. That's from one of the poems you gave to us that year. Yes, it makes me think that Meng Huan felt the same appreciation for his friends all those centuries ago. Even though everyone's flame eventually goes out, whether it is suddenly extinguished or gradually fades away. But life has never been about the past or future. To use the language of this place, I think it's always in the present tense. Thank you. Einstein deflected this conversation like an absolute genius. Fu's going on about random bullshit. Einstein's like, thanks. And he walks away. Or she walks away, sorry. I mean, thank you for taking the time to reminisce with me for a while. And seeing the easygoing way you live your life now, it's wonderful. It makes it easy to think about those decades-old memories. Of course, it would be really... if I could really look at the night sky with him again... Sorry, I'm talking nonsense. I guess I should go start my workout. Einstein being sentimental? Unheard of. Goodbye, Miss Fu Hua. Let's talk again. It was as if a lonely bell rang in her heart. Although the girl had initiated the conversation, she was the one who looked for a way to end it. Oh yeah. And as the warrior stood there, she felt the great significance this time of hope and peace had for the people around her. Even though the incident of the Hersha of Dominance didn't end well, mainly because the Hersha core was unaccounted for, even though everyone knew more difficult challenges lay ahead, everyone seemed to be in tacit agreement that they should enjoy their relatively peaceful lives at the moment. Come on! What is this? This is a ripoff. This is just a ripoff. Come on. It's good, but come on. This is why the game's a scam. This is why you shouldn't play the game. Because this... I'll stop. And also, you're welcome, guys. You're absolutely welcome, Kez. The service I do for you guys is just crazy. The service I do is just provide you this quality content. The warm water reinvigorated her, and she was momentarily lost in thought. Warriors don't dream, and she had no personal aspirations worth putting her energy towards. This wasn't because she had already had powers that exceeded those of ordinary people. Even when she was a student, 50,000 years ago, she lived a simple life like this. This mindset sometimes made her seem like an unamusing person without strong opinions. Yet it was also this mindset that would later turn her into the ruthless fighter she was. That naive girl, that warrior who only followed orders, that dangerous celestial, that precocious class monitor, that confidant of the Shixel Overseer. Those were all her, and yet none of them were. Who am I? She asked. This unanswerable philosophical question was perhaps even harder for her than for others. So when facing the unconventional Hersha, born from her own body, she was perhaps the least surprised of anyone around her. At least, she thought she could face this spirit born from the same source as her without prejudice. Although from her counterpart's perspective, the old timer had just provoked her again and again. 2 months ago, along with the victory, the Hersha powers stolen by the Hersha of Dominance returned to their original core. But this time, that shackled version of her chose to use even more extreme methods. She cut off all energy from the chains, rendering the core of the Hersha of Sentience useless. Oh, come on. No shot. Is Senti gone? Is Senti canonically gone? No shot. She said that she didn't want to hear one word of an apology from the old timer because those sentimental words would become a burden. I guess I'm a little worried about her having no way to communicate, but I guess this is what they call between a rock and a hard place. And that's that is what they call it. Just like Zhao Yu. Just like the former principal. Which reminds me, I haven't had a chance to chat with the principal lately. I wonder why that is, Fu Hua. Oh, I think she's talking about Teresa, probably. I'll go look for her. Oh yeah, Teresa. Once I'm done with my shower. Anti-entropy Salt Lake-based landing pad for Hyperion. Oh, it's Fu Hua. Are you inspecting the daily maintenance on the work of Hyperion? I guess so. You could say I'm just keeping myself busy. Although the Hersha of Dominance core is unaccounted for, over the past 2 months, there have been only 2 Honkai incidents worldwide. Even if we really destroyed the Hersha, the period of inexplicable quiet we've had makes me really uneasy. Because now it's not the rise of Hershas and Honkai, now it's the rise of Auto Apocalypso. That's what it's the rise of. That's the looming threat we haven't heard from Auto Apocalypso. In the previous era, there was a similar uneasy stillness before the birth of the 11th Hersha. Fu, you should have said this a bit sooner, but fair cop. And what happened next? No, I shouldn't make this kind of analogy. The mistakes we made back then won't be repeated today. After all, Kiana is fine, Welt is fine, and everyone is composed, mature, and rational. What is it, Principal? Fu Hua, what kind of person do you think I am? Something's been on my mind lately. As you know, my grandfather has been Shixel's overseer for 500 years, and he hasn't always been going against the tide. Again, please pick up on the fact that he's 500 years, and that shouldn't be allowed. When he was young, Grandpa did a lot of righteous things, like adopting an orphan, listening to the people, and overthrowing his cruel predecessor. I don't think overthrowing is a righteous thing, but fair cop, I don't know. Which makes me think maybe a lot of decisions I've made were subconsciously influenced by him. Establishing Saint Freya was great, rebelling against Shixel HQ was fine, but these were all of his ideas. I want to walk a different path, so I need to break free of his influence, but it seems that he's affected me even more than I realized. I'm sorry, I didn't really think this through before I started talking. Please forget all this. You don't need to give yourself so much pressure, Principal. You've done well. You should give yourself some time to breathe. Some oxygen goes a long way. This is just like the situation Bronya was once in. Totally breaking free from your family's influence is not an easy thing to do. True. And in the process, we might doubt ourselves, become bitter, and feel hopeless. But I believe as long as you go forward at your own pace, a day will come when you're reconciled with the world and you can experience true freedom. Thank you, Fuhua. But I am principal, and as well as the captain of the Far East branch, when necessary, I must act decisively. Anti-Entropy has already arrested Kokolia. Wait, why did they arrest Kokolia? Is it... wait, oh yeah, they did that back in the day, yeah, true, they did that back in chapter, like, 12. Fu's, yeah, 50,000? Yeah, no, Fu's 18, dude, Fu's 18. Just legal, just legal. Yeah, betrayal back in chapter 12, yeah, I totally forgot, yeah. They did say arrest. I think I also was shocked when they said that, because I was like, didn't she save the day in the end? But doesn't matter. Yeah, they did arrest her at the end of that chapter. And one day we will bring the matter with Otto to a final conclusion, and that day is today. I don't think this is a responsibility you have to bear on your own, Principal. Yeah, I understand that. Without any warning, the tactical comm device made its distinctive noise. An emergency contact? Hello, this is Teresa. Sorry to disturb your work, Teresa. There's a new segment that Shixel is currently broadcasting worldwide. I think you need to take a look at it. Oh shit, is this... Oh shit. Hold on, let's take a look. I said this last stream. Otto looks fucking sick right now. I love the new outfit change. I don't know if this is what he looks like. Oh, sorry. I don't know if this is what Void Archives looks like in AFO or whatever. But I love the look of him here. I don't know why. It's just a vibe. It's just a good fit, dude. It looks nice, looks clean, nice colors, nice panache. It looks great. But here's the climactic moment. Hello to friends around the globe. I am the overseer of the Shixel organization, Otto Apocalypso. As some of you may already know, during our lifetime, the Earth has periodically undergone so-called Honkai disasters. In previous broadcasts, in order to maintain secrecy, such events were referred to as an unexplained disaster. According to Shixel's intel, Honkai arose with civilization's birth and came to prominence with its rise. It also has the ability to destroy civilization itself. But there is no need to panic. In August, Shixel's Far East branch, in cooperation with AE organization, extinguished the latest manifestation of Honkai. In 2 months since, Honkai events have been greatly reduced. Perhaps you have noticed in your everyday life. To me, this signifies the start of a new era in the battle between humanity and Honkai. The time when humanity will turn the tide and drive Honkai from the Earth will soon be here. Honkai has already become less powerful, and a new generation of heroes has emerged. In light of these developments, everyone needs to know the truth, and Shixel needs to make a change. In conclusion, I, Otto Apocalypso, hereby stand down from my position as Shixel Overseer and resign from the organization effective immediately. My successor, Far East Branch Commander Teresa Apocalypso, will take over the Overseer position and will have authority over the Shixel organization. I am confident that under her leadership, the organization, as well as the world, will have a bright future. Teresa does not look too impressed. If Fuha was fried chicken flavor, should be pepper fried chicken, and Senti would be spicy fried chicken. I agree with that. Otto is like typical politician, must look good on camera, I guess. True, actually though. He does look good. Does look like a good man, a succulent man. Grandpa is resigning? Taking this statement literally, Otto has in fact resigned from his position as Shixel Overseer, but that isn't the only surprise. Just now we received a message from Shixel. Just like they said on the news, they are inviting you to the old HQ in Vienna. They will hold a ceremony there which you will take over as Overseer, and then what? They've also announced that they determined the location of the Herrscher Dominance Core. They want us to go retrieve it in person. Okay. Late that night, Vienna suburbs. Okay. Overseer, we received a message from the Hyperion of the Far East branch. Oh, it's Amber. Oh shit, I didn't know that was Amber, dude. I thought that was Callan. Because of the time difference, key members of the Far East branch, commanded by Teresa, will arrive at HQ, or Old HQ, at 1500 tomorrow. Excellent, everything is going according to plan. Even though they know very little that this is bait for them, they have no choice but to take it. After all, they can't overlook the fact that the core of the Herrscher of Dominance has been found. And then, on the stage I've said, they will truly understand what Otto Apocalypse is thinking. And this understanding is the most critical variable in the plan. I'll deal with welcoming our guest tomorrow afternoon, Overseer. No, I have a different mission for you tomorrow. As for receiving our guest from the Hyperion, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll delegate that to someone else. Yes, sir. Alright, go get some rest. This weekend will be a long 48 hours. Are these 3 chapters just done over 48 hours? That would be very interesting if chapter 26, 27, and 28 just take up only 48 hours in the actual whole story. As his secretary, who had served him for many years, quietly departed, the Overseer's office was silent once again. The Overseer's low mutterings could be heard more clearly. The dice have been rolled. Now it's all up to fate. Otto Apocalypse hereby confirms that he has done everything he can in this game with stakes higher than life or death. Otto, relax. You're not that guy, dude. You're not that guy. This is your first time seeing Amber. This is the first time we actually get to see Amber. Of course she looks like Callan. Of course she does. Bro, if Otto could make all of his... If Otto could literally design all of the people around him, he would make them all look like fucking Callan, dude. Jesus Christ. Otto is that guy? Bruh. Nah, Otto, you know what? I can see what you're saying, though. He is, in fact, that guy. It'll be an hour before the Hyperion lands. I'll go chat with everyone for a while. I will agree, Otto, to some extent, is that guy. But I don't want to accept that he is. I've never used this battle suit. Which battle suit is this? This is the one that she unlocked in chapter 12, the Sea of Ponta one. That's a nice looking weapon. Tesla, Einstein, hello. Good afternoon, Einstein, Tesla. Good afternoon, Madam Teresa. Good morning, darn time difference afternoon. Wait, Tesla's not wearing glasses? Sorry, one second. Let's take a nice observation of Tesla here without glasses and a nice outfit change for a while. I really appreciate it. Looks very good. Nice. Good. Dr. Tesla is exhausted. Why is she talking in the third person? Twilight Paladin, the augmented version of Twilight Executor. Ah, okay, that's why I've never really seen it too much. Is augmented. Dr. Tesla is exhausted. I ought to slap Otto a few times for when I see him. Well, we don't know what Grandpa was thinking either. Well, you're more patient than I am, Teresa. He's put everyone on this ship through a lot. And he owes a debt to Joyce, Raina, and Joachim, who spilled their blood. I'm sorry, I shouldn't complain about these things in front of you. No matter how much we hate that guy, he's still family to you. I apologize, I got a bit overexcited just now. No, there's no need to apologize. My grandfather has done a lot of things that let down anti-entropy. I just think this time he's taken his theatrics way too far. You could say that. I just have a feeling that Grandpa has slightly changed in some way. Maybe that's true, but even so, he's still one of the most dangerous people in the world. Yes, I agree. We need to make sure we're on guard against any of his secret plots. Yes, I understand, Doctor. If anything comes up, I'll take a step forward and do my best to mediate. No, mediate, sorry. Mediate, not meditate. Oh, there's Kiana. I didn't even see her. Got draped, true. Amber also a clone, and she a clone that Teresa isn't killing her last test. That's probably stuff explained maybe in a different sequence or in the manga, but I don't fucking know. Cloning, dude. Just get that shit out of here. Stop cloning people. Oh. White Tiger Dashing, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Dance, Amber Dragon. Good afternoon, Hua. Is this morning exercises? Yes, it is. Hello, Principal. I guess it's technically afternoon now. Was I bothering anyone? No, I just came to say hello, and recently you've been training in a simulation. It's been a while since you've done it outside, right? I'm very observant of you. And I wouldn't say that I'm working out right now. You could say I'm cultivating inner peace. What a word, what a phrase. As you know, I met Overseer Otto 500 years ago. I've seen him do good and I've seen him do evil. I've been the victim of his betrayal and the recipient of his kindness. His good deeds and bad can hardly be spoken of together, but it makes for a confusing relationship with him. Enough about that. If Anti-Entropy does their best to cooperate with us, we'll all be grateful. But, Principal, don't you think that the force they left at the Salt Lake base is too weak? If the Herrscher Reason Corps isn't with Welt... Yes. After our conference of all, I also expressed my concerns about them in private. But according to Mr. Welt, many anti-entropy forces, or N-forces, who were previously operating independently were assigned to the Salt Lake base, including May's father, Mr. Ryo... May's father, Ryoma, Sin Mal, the other orphan child from Kokoli's orphanage, Ada, the AI responsible for R-Hat Recovery Project. Oh fuck, do I know who that is? Do I know who Ada is? I don't think so. Sounds like a difficult plan. They have never trained together, not to mention fought a battle together. But the conclusion of the conference was clear. Spreading troops out in defensive positions is too passive. We must concentrate our limited forces in one location. Luckily, radar and satellite surveillance shows no sign of Shixel or World Serpent deploying troops. At this point, we have to trust our own judgment. Tactical operations always carry some unavoidable risk. And with May there, the risk of World Serpent launching an attack on Anti-Entropy is very low. Yes, May has probably improved a lot in her new environment. She must really be strong to go out of a comfort zone like that. Just like you, Fuhua, you've also improved a lot. Principal, you've started to walk your own path, not to be overshadowed by others. To tell the truth, I was most unqualified to be a principal, but with such a good group of students, I believe there will come a day when not only for you, but also for myself, I will leave a mark on this world. I'm giving myself goosebumps. I should disturb my own students' exercises. Talk to you later. True, dude. May's kind of like different right now. She like... Ada is the AI in AVN. Give me a second. Ada, AVN. I think I know. But to be quite frank, the only character that I like vividly remember from the VN is Schrodinger, because Schrodinger is mentioned every single sentence in that VN. Schrodinger in the AVN is literally the most important character. So, I think I vaguely remember. I saw her once. Oh, okay. I vaguely remember something about a character called Ada now. You mention it. Not too vividly. Good afternoon, Kiana, Mrs. Tuna Girl. Good afternoon, Aunt Terry. Oh, that's right. In public settings, I should call you Principal. You come to the deck just to look at the scenery. Yeah, I guess so. After all, later we'll have to face that. I wanted to come on deck to take a walk, clear my mind, and chat with everyone. And maybe to recall some things from the past alone. Oh dear, I've really made the mood too serious, haven't I? You must be familiar with European geography, Principal. Are those snow-capped peaks in the distance the Alps, by chance? That's right, she thinks. Shixel's old HQ is located on the easternmost range. Before the floating R's were constructed, this airway was extremely busy. In those days, it wasn't just the Valkyries who used it, there was also the trading partners of the three houses. Speaking of which, in the memories I saw in the Herrscher Corps, it looked like my dad also flew planes around here. And her. All three of us squeezed in the same fighter. And then... Oh? Until 2007, the old HQ contained some research facilities, including the ones that produced K-series clones, right? Kiana, you remember what happened back then? To be precise, I saw it in the memories left in the Herrscher Corps. It happened when I was 9 years old, so I didn't understand what was going on at the time. All I remember from back then was my old man rescuing me from that lowlife, completely unaware that I wasn't really his daughter. You were undoubtedly his daughter now. Kiana Kaslana, it's best to leave the past behind you. Maybe that's what my old man was hoping for, that by inheriting her name it would engrave her kindness into my memory. It looked just like her, or I looked just like her back then. To make a Herrscher vessel, Otto used her genes to create me, a genetically modified clone. But she never resented me for all that. She really treated me like her own sister. She wasn't just a partner to my father. She freed me from my chains, and in order to protect me... Who are we talking about? I'm confused on who we're talking about now. I thought we were talking... Who are we talking about now? Who is this? Are we talking about Cecilia or the original Kiana or Siegfried? Who the fuck are we talking about? Because like it says she wasn't just a partner to my father. What the fuck does that mean? Like, what does she wasn't just a partner to Kiana to my father mean? Like what? It's the real Kiana. Most of it says real, like infers real Kiana, but this line, does it mean like fighting partner or partner? Because it's like a different word could have been used. Comrade. Comrade is a better word if it means fighting partner. Then whatever. It doesn't matter. Real Kiana, I'm there with his. She freed me from my chains, and in order to protect me, she even... Yes, I know. Grandpa used to tell me that after the incident, that sister of yours was receiving specialized care at HQ, but... I know. Based on the memories in the Hersha core, after that incident, she was already no longer in this world. The two of them fell silent for a while. From Kiana's perspective, it wasn't just for the accident when they were escaping the year, or that year. She might still be wondering, but maybe she wouldn't be alone. And Teresa knew that Siegfried's whereabouts had been unclear ever since World Serpent had raided Anti-Entropy's base in Alamogordo, New Mexico. We had a lot of scores to settle with that man, but at that moment, putting a stop to the series of Hersha of Dominance incidents is more important. I understand, Principal. It's just that in the past few months, I've seen many fragments of the past in that core. At moments of opportunity like this, I want to talk it over with someone who understands the situation. Please excuse my immature behavior, Principal. This is exactly why I say you've improved, Kiana. Before, you put on a happy face to cover up your pain and wouldn't share your true feelings with everyone. Or anyone, rather. You've learned how to share your pain with other people, and this is a big improvement, I promise you. Whenever someone compliments me like that, I get embarrassed. Of course, as Principal, I notice my students' improvements. The Hyperion won't land for another hour or so, let's just watch the scenery go by. Thanks, Principal. Real Kiana did grow up, they run away from Jigsaw with Kay and Siegfried. Fighting partner, yeah. See, fighting partner, if they actually said the words fighting partner, I feel like that would have made a lot more sense. I know, the single use of the word partner just kind of threw me off there for a second. I was like, wait, are we talking about Cecilia? Someone? What is fucking Bronya's outfit here? What the hell? Is she like, is this Halloween? Bronya, since when are we dressing up for Halloween, huh? Fucking idiot. You came just in time, Principal. Bronya needs your help. What happened? Oh, Principal Teresa, Bronya wants us to divide into teams for combat drills, but we're struggling to split the four of us into evenly matched teams. And on top of that, Rosalia insists on being on the same team as Lilia. It's because Bronya refuses to take it easy on us. Sealy, too. How are we supposed to beat the Hersha plus a stigma carrier without training? Actually true. Rosa Idiotka. If they take it easy on us in drills, then the training is useless. But is it any better if we're on separate teams? We'll cooperate less effectively in the battle in that case. Oh, ascending. She's here. Oh, we're ascending, boys. She's on the screen. My day is just 10 times better already. My day is 10 times better. Hello, Feliona, Sealy, whoever you are. Fuck, welcome. What'd she say? Could it be that you two just suck? Step back, Sealy. I'll give them a lesson in self-defense. But... Okay, I'll behave myself. Just let me out for some fresh air. Alright, but don't bully them, okay? I know, it's not gonna kill anyone. Relax. Alright. From the bit that I heard, I think I understand why you guys needed me. I can make a team with Olenyeva and challenge Bronya and Sealy. This way, the teams will be evenly matched, right? Good plan, Principal. That was exactly Bronya's idea. There's still some time before landing, and there's nothing else I need to do while on board. With Teresa joining in, the Vodka Girls will be the #1 group in Europe. We are entering a talent show, Rosa. Since Principal has agreed, let's start. Shit. Please feel free to give me some tips, Principal Teresa. Is this actually combat now? It is. Oh god. I don't know how to use Rosa. I just hold the combo button down and hope for the best. Hope for the best. You can rewatch Teresa Chronicle final scene for a refresher. It would make a lot of sense now. Maybe. Maybe. Tisk, Sealy says. Yeah, we win! Vodka Girls are #1! Rosalia, how can you be that excited? So stupid. But Bronya thinks that Rosalia has improved a lot. You can keep up with Principal in combat. That's pretty good. Did you hear that, Lilia? Bronya said it herself. At least you didn't make yourself dizzy this time. That's uncalled for, Bronya. I told you, as long as I don't get dizzy, I could beat you all single-handed. Attention, attention, all passengers on deck. In half an hour, Hyperion will be landing on the schedule at the former Schicksal HQ in Colliston, near Vienna. All passengers, please take your seats in the cabin. Principal, let's split up and do an inspection of the deck. If people didn't pay attention to the announcement, someone might get hurt on landing. And there's no way of knowing what kind of welcome we'll get from Schicksal. That's true, let's gather everyone together. That's gathering usually implies together, but fair cop. Gather everyone together and proceed with caution. If necessary, just the anti-entropy doctors and I can make contact with the welcoming party. The others don't need to reveal that they are here too. Or yet. To protect Kiana. Yes, after all, so many things happened in the past has shown us that in a way, Grandpa cares more about her than anyone else in the world, and not the rest of us. Surely he's given up on Kiana, right? I thought he gave up on her. I thought he gave up because, like, he found a new method to get Callan back? No? Am I wrong on that? Start point Hyperion. Okay, so now we've unlocked the whole open world thing. Oh, now it's here, boys. We've got a locked area. The journeys starts. Current mission, dude. Cringe. If I click there, go to map, click there, start the mission. Boss Tonitith gives us those things. Those things are used in the reward section to get a bunch of crystals, dude. Okay, I'm actually gonna, like, we'll just get through this chapter, then I'll grind the shit out of it, get 1 billion crystals, roll for Starchasm Nyx, get Starchasm Nyx, and win the game. That's my strategy. The next story is this one. Oh, do I use my own characters now? No, I don't. Wait, what? Oh, it works. Do I have my own characters? I do. Oh. Well, I guess we can use the other ones, right? I guess this is an area we can try out some new characters, right? Is Silverwing an option? No, probably not. Yeah, that's cringe. Where's Silverwing next, dude? I don't want to use Flame Sign, actually. Alright, let me, who do I want to use here? I like Herstra of Reason. We'll just chuck on Herstra of Thunder because fucking why not? And I don't know how to use Herstra of Flame Sign in any way. Let's go with you. The strongest team in the world. Don't worry about it. This team, literally one of the best. One of the best. How much is Teresa net worth? She must be at least a billionaire because she owns the largest organization on the planet and is the one organization that protects people from Honkai. I think at that point you're worthless, or sorry, you're sorry, not worthless, priceless. So she's not really worth anything, but she has an indefinite price, an like imaginable price. And then you can click on the overview for normal stages format, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Effectively, trial characters are the ones that are canonically related to the story, I think. It usually is like that, but chapter 29 speaks differently slightly. Yes, guys, is there a problem with my team composition? What is the problem here? Yes, Ice DPS, yes, Lightning DPS, and yes, physical support. Is there a problem? No. No! There isn't a problem. Enter the map. Let's go. There's absolutely zero problems with what I've just done. And no one can convince me. There's nothing wrong here. Because it will win. We will win with it. Absolutely. Need to do big damage? The physical support supports the other ones. And that's a fact. 14. Oh god. the Hyperion lands. And it crushes Otto. Now that would be funny. The Hyperion like landing legs extend out and crush Otto, and the chapter ends. That would have been the most the funniest thing in the world to me. Story recap? What are you recapping? What are you recapping? I just did this. Fair enough. The whole he'll resign to Teresa. Resigns Teresa. He's resigned. They've also announced Host of Dominance Core. They found it. Yeah, we don't need an auto recap right now. So wait, let me before setting out, something went down before arriving at Colston. Tap here to look at it. Tap here to review what's happened whenever you like. Oh, it's Bright Knight Excelsius. Hello, Bright Knight. Durandal. Durandal, Captain of the Immortal Blades, in service of Otto Apocalypse, Overseer, hereby welcomes Teresa Apocalypse of the Far East Branch. No need for the formalities, Durandal. As you probably are aware, this situation is quite complex, so I'll get straight to the point. What are the plans for the handoff of the Overseer position? And are there any clues about the location of the Herstra core? Overseer said he's busy with matters related to his resignation. He ordered me to assist you all with investigating the areas that are affected by the Herstra of Dominance core. And with help from the ruins of the Theater of Dominance and the second divine key, Cosmic Juggernaut. Overseer, once linked to the imaginary tree, he speculates that it may have been those actions that caused this area to be affected by the Herstra core. After all, after the Vimur labs were destroyed by World Serpent, some accessories of Cosmic Juggernaut were shipped here to the old HQ. Whoa there, slow down, buddy. What did you say? Otto used the ruins of the Theater of the Theater of Apocalypse. Otto used the ruins of the Theater of Domination? When did he do that? 1 month ago. The Herstra of Dominance was defeated long before that. Anti-Entropy has no way of entering the Theater of Domination, much less make use of it. Perhaps Overseer can answer these questions himself, but I'm unable to contact him at the moment. This situation is indeed embarrassing, but this has always been the way he's done work. It's not your fault. Grandpa has always avoided responsibility like this, especially when he's plotting something. Yes. Perhaps. But it was with his assistance that I was able to reconnect the bubble universe I was protecting to the imaginary tree. I am grateful to him for this. Reconnecting the bubble universe to the imaginary tree? Pfft, that's an impossible task. But at the moment, we have no way of knowing Otto's real purpose for doing this, even though we can clearly infer that he used Mr. Randall to do it. Mr. Randall, when you said that traces of Herstra core appeared around the former HQ, what did you mean by that? I was literally referring to the space-time anomalies. Come on, Einstein, you fucking moron. Overseer believes these anomalies are likely related to an out-of-control Herstra core. And given that, the unaccounted for Herstra of Dominance core is naturally our prime suspect. That's plausible, but it depends on what kind of space-time anomalies you're talking about. Are they this kind or are they that kind? More investigation is needed to specify. But it seems that space-time data from a historical era is being projected into the space-time we inhabit. Historic space-time data is being projected into our current space-time. Historic space-time data? History? I wonder where Callan is. Callan's in history. He's trying to project the history of Callan into the current era. Otto, you fucking sly dog. Hold on, you're talking about space-time projection? Haven't you done research on that before, Mophead? Do you know what you're saying, Shixel S-rank Valkyrie? You should refer to me as Dr. Einstein in front of others, Dr. Tesla. But Mr. Randall, Dr. Tesla does have reasons to be upset. In our reality, bending spacetime requires an incredible amount of mass or energy, and spacetime projection requires even more. Generally speaking, only the other side of a singularity, such as in the sea of Quanta or imaginary tree, can such a thing happen naturally. Can't speak. In other words, outside of extremely unusual circumstances, such a phenomenon would not occur on Earth. But if what you're saying is true, Mr. Randall, The unfortunate conclusion is that this place will soon face an imaginary dimensional bleed like the one in Nagazora City. Ah, God, there's so many big words, dude. Oh, there's too many massive words in this game. Imaginary dimensional bleed. That's when our real world becomes corrupted by singularities and faces assimilation into imaginary space. But unlike in Nagazora, Shixel hasn't detected singularities here. Could that really happen? Very simple. If the singularity turns out to be the out-of-control Hersha core, it might have ended up happening within... it might have ended up within imaginary space. If so, our current situation may be the result of reaching a delicate balance, much like the apparent stability in Nagazora City a few years ago. If that balance is broken, the situation could quickly erupt into chaos. Why am I going along with Otto's story? I haven't seen any actual evidence. In any case, if the space-time projection is real, then Otto has really made our lives difficult. Just like the second eruption. Although this is a serious concern for all of us, let's make use of the time we have. Shall we explore these areas with anomalies together? You know what? I get this feeling that, like, people are going to be pointing out how Otto is doing something extremely scummy. And every single time they do that, every single time they point out something that he's doing scummy, Durandal's going to have a ... line. Durandal's going to acknowledge it with a ... She's going to be like, yeah, he is doing something scummy. And then she's going to hit them with the fucking... Anyway, on to bigger things. It's like, Durandal, you fucking bitch. Stop doing that. Just stop playing along with the blonde man's stories. Let's explore. For both Shixel and Anti-Entropy, stopping Honkai is our ultimate responsibility. Well, Otto. True. But as I'm sure you understand, because of the Overseer, there are some unavoidable difficulties when it comes to deploying troops. How about this, Durandal? You and I can go analyze the anomalies ourselves. Hey, Teresa, don't you think that's a little risky? It's no problem. Even if you consider it giving a hostage to Shixel, it makes more sense to send me than anyone else on Hyperion. I see. Considering past events, it's normal that Teresa Senpai would have some apprehension. Then please let me leave some civilian Immortal Blades personal aboard Hyperion into... No! This sounds fair, giving us some of their people as hostages as well. True. I was inclined to think that Durandal was just a puppet of Otto, but she has shown her sincerity, so perhaps we can get something done together, just this once. Probably not! Anti-Entropy has no problem with this arrangement in principle. It's just that Teresa isn't technical staff, so when it comes to gathering intelligence, she might not be the most efficient. So I request that Dr. Tesla accompanies you to it doesn't even... you two during your exploration. If she has basic self-defense skills, there won't be any problems. Her mech piloting skills are world class. Yeah, true. Tesla didn't even agree to this. Come on, guys. No one asked my opinion. Dr. Tesla, would you rather stay aboard the Hyperion and take responsibility for contacting Otto if necessary? Give that job to someone else who wants it. I don't want to hear that scoundrel's voice again. But look, we're the only two technical staff members on Hyperion. Teresa, Durandal, let's go. If we don't agree, we'll be lowering ourselves to Mophead's levels. Good luck, Dr. Tesla. I regret choosing Hersha Reason because I do not like the car mode. Just fixed my room. How far are you? We just got into the open world with our own characters, so not too far. A quick tip, you have a big brain. You have to have a big brain to understand this chapter, this 3 chapter. That's why I'm trying to read everything. But obviously, because I have very little brain power, readings kind of happen in a mediocre way. Is there any chest, dude? Any chest readies? Is this like oh shit, whoops. Don't do that. Don't jump off the map. I highly advise people don't jump off the map. Hello? Can I go up there? Where can I go? Over here? Oh shit. Oh, don't do that. Don't do what I just did. Don't do what I just did. Don't just jump off the map. Hello, elevator? Is the elevator trolling? Summon, how do I summon it? Summon. Elevator? Elevator. Elevator. Elevator? Elevator. Elevator? Oh, elevator. Elevator. Got it. Alright, I'm here. Nice. Oh, we can go down there. Non-essential staff have been withdrawn from the dangerous area, and there's no sign that the anomalies are expanding. Maybe Teresa is more familiar with Colston than I am, but has Dr. Tesla been here before? Why would I come to this place full of corrupt officials? Dr. Tesla ain't taking no bullshit today. I'm not talking about you two, sorry. It's okay, I understand. Anyway, I'll continue with the briefing. Based on the results of our preliminary investigation, data from the 15th century has overlapped with space-time here. The 15th? Specifically the 15th. Now, if I recall correctly, that's exactly the century that Callan died. Now, that's crazy, ain't it? Now, that's quite the coinkydink. Eh? Quite the coincidental occurrence, huh? The specific century that Mrs. Callan bit the dust. Ah! But seeing is believing, and so we'll have to confirm for ourselves, starting with that square over there. We'll use equipment that works in conjunction with the Genius device. Valkyries take 20% less total damage. Fair. This is the Genius dial where you can equip chips to enhance its capacity. Oh, this is the Genius things. Okay. And then we have tap it again to remove it. Alright. We have a total of 60 capacity. I'm assuming that goes up in some way. And then you have like a major one, which probably like makes you do the big bang. Summon elevator. I love those words. Summon elevator. Or you can just jump. Summon. Leap over an obstacle. Oh yeah, I need to go through the basics, don't I? Because it's the first open world, isn't it? Oh god. I need to go through all the basics, dude. Oh. And there's combat in a second, isn't there? There's combat. There it is. There's the combat. Predictable. Oh, look at this unstoppable team. Literally the 3 best characters in the game. Consume ether energy to charge the device or switch space-time. Besides, it has other uses to be discovered. Consume ether energy to charge... I don't even know what the fuck that means. Is this what is this? Oh, just an immovable wall. Bunch of walls. Bro, there's so many... Oh, there's a chest. Whoa! It had a good noise too. Oh, it had such a... It had... Oh, bro, boys, we found a chest. Oh, is there another one? Any other chesties? I'm not... Screw the main story, dude. Nobody does the main story anymore. It's all about finding chests. Oh, there's a boss over here? Can I jump over? Oh, bro, imagine not letting me jump over. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, this is literally why I'm paid the big bucks. This is literally... Oh, we get another thing. Oh, bro, listen. This is literally why I'm one of the greatest. Screw the less damage. 25% attack increase. This is why I'm one of the smartest players in the world. Just kill stuff. Is the... Oh my god, get wrecked as well. Oh. Okay, let's continue. Hello, big man. Oh, he doesn't die immediately. Okay. Any more chest-arinis? Oh, surely there's no chest there. Screw the story. The story is probably not important. Activate portal. Oh, that's just a waypoint. Okay, fair cop. What are you? Collect energy. And then F. What is F? I probably have to unlock F, don't I? Oh, there's another chest here. Surprise attack for in the first 12 seconds of battle. Valkyries deal 45% increased damage. Oh, mate. Oh, Jumpu. Oh, here we go. No, is this destroyable? No way. Maybe I have to like. How do I do this? Alright, watch this. Oh no, that ain't it. That's not the answer. Oh fuck. That's not. No. Oh fuck. That's not the answer. Don't do that. Do you enjoy fetch quests? Absolutely, dude. Collect more energy. Oh. I feel like I should be doing that. Yeah, I enjoy fetch quests. I don't mind them. I won't say it's my favorite type of quest, but I don't have a distinct hate for them. Another elemental damage. What's our energy? Oh, we have no energy. What is this? Activate the space-time projection. Oh, we're gonna see flashbacks of Callan, aren't we? Where the data is being projected onto our space-time, we'll receive fragments of ancient data like this. These fragments can take the form of small physical objects, sounds, or even feelings. You guys can check it out for yourselves. Oh, yeah. Okay, we get, like, the small wispy things. It feels as if you're running down an alleyway. You are desperate, but you are unable to make a sound. You feel peculiar stabbing pains throughout your body, and then the series of sensations vanish. Honestly, to be quite frank, I do also like the setting. I'm a very big fan of Victorian England / like the whole Victorian aesthetic. I'm very, very much in touch with it and like it. You feel that your limbs have been tied to something. Your head is spinning and you can always sense that you are lying down. You feel something cold touch your abdomen. You sense that you are bleeding, but you don't feel any pain. The dizziness gets more intense and then suddenly disappears. Defeat enemies. Shit. Wow, that was not a comfortable experience. Life in that era must have been tough. Okay, so it's describing, it has just described someone dying, essentially. Someone got stabbed or shanked in an alleyway and they just were dying. Not a positive experience, but it is a one. But there were so many back-to-backs, it seems this place is way more corrupted than I thought. At least there wasn't anything like a building lifting into the sky or mobs of dead people running around. Is that a reference to something? Probably. Wait a minute, I've configured a program to try to locate the source of the anomalies. The doctor with the twin red ponytails pulled out the security camera from the Titan she drove and her fingers flew over the keyboard. Countless commands rolled across the screen at an equally frantic rate. Finally, an image from the security camera appeared. Okay, it appears to have regular signal strength distribution. And what's in that direction? The Colston Town Center, Rogue Square. Oh, the town square. Let's go take a look. There's a 99.7% chance that we'll find something useful there. Do you know the significance of 99.7%? It's 3 standard deviations from the mean. What does that even mean? Listen, I did maths. I don't know what this means. And I know saying I did maths holds no significance in any description of the words, but that does not make sense to me. We trust your judgment, Tesla. I know that you Valkyries don't like to hear me talk about maths. Yeah, same. True. Based. I love these parts. Hello, I just finished watching you play Honkai from the very beginning. Well, Horizon, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying the playthrough. It's only going to get longer from here. And more tenacious. Not tedious, tenacious. As we, try to experience these last few chapters here. Chapter 26 right now, and absolutely blasting through it. Well, blasting, for lack of a better word. I remembered that her, like, if she doesn't have one of the weapons that she needs, her, like, attack is different. Okay. Viola, where are you? Viola! What the heck is this? What's the problem? Is someone calling for help? Quick, go check! Oh, it's Otto having another fucking wet dream about Callan, isn't it? Dum-dum. Fair cop. Fair cop, dude. Oh, it's a Saka, dude. It's a Saka, dude. Oh, I love a Saka. You gotta get Kurikara in the mix. Beat him down with the might of Zeus. Switch into Bronya, Hurst of Reason. Hit him with the Yata. Not using a single burst because... Oh. To be quite frank, it makes sense. Please note casting what core skills course either. It does make sense. Because of the whole space-time continuum fracture, whatever. But, fair cop, dude. Fair cop. Unleash a point-blank shockwave to knock enemies and deal damage on it. What does this do? If Honkai is natively on PC, I would imagine devs would add so much more into the open world map, like town folks. Probably, if it was originally on PC, yeah, probably. Very, very true. Don't tell me there's gonna be fucking 2 of them in the story, dude. Oh, and if they fucking meet, oh, it's double auto, and it doesn't cancel each other out because it's not maths. Oh, no. 2 auto apocalypsos. Thank God I finally found a living person. Do any of you happen to see a girl by the name of Callan? She had silver hair in a ponytail, wearing a beret, about a head shorter than me. Grandfather? In the Colston Town's center, the 3 investigators of the space-time anomaly came upon a familiar yet strange figure. Right now, they still aren't aware what kind of impact this little disturbance will have on the world in the future. That's it? No more information? Hello? Wait, where'd he go? What is this? Oh, you have to use your F ability to break those. Oh, let's go back and do that right now. I'm going to go back and do that with the rocks. She goes on a surfboard. I didn't even know that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Juice fans. And we jump up here. Break rock. Oh, this is why I make... Blah, blah, blah. Here it is. Here it is. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. How do you do this? What? Oh, fair enough. Alright, hold up. Oh god, there's probably an actual way to... Oh, you know, it might be another one of those ability things. I'm just gonna leave it for now. How do I open this? Oh, there's a door there. Then phone is unplayable in Unreal Engine 5? Want to punch his face? I do want to punch Otto's face. I really do. Honkai Unreal Engine 5. That would be interesting. I don't think they should do that though, because I don't think some games don't need graphical overhauls. Oh, they're in the past. To me, some games don't need graphical overhauls because their art style and graphical design is a part of the game's appeal. To me, like, Honkai has, like, unique graphical appeal. Time slow quarter open that chest? Yeah, okay, so it's pretty much, yes, a lot of the chests are going to be very much open world centric, where you have to do more of the main story to unlock certain buffs. Yeah, I'm honestly doing too much in terms of traveling around. I shouldn't be... Ryman stealth? I shouldn't be moving around as much and kind of exploring before unlocking a lot of the basic stuff, but listen, you can't stop me. No one can stop me from doing this. Absolutely no one can stop me from doing this, and I said so. What is this? This is the attack bonus, I believe. It is indeed the attack bonus. And then we add a surprise attack, which will give us a bit of bonus, and then we have 40 available. Let's go with elemental, because we have 2 elemental characters. And then we press C. What does C do? Oh. Oh, we just unlocked. Back up. How do I get back? Oh, just jump. I need energy. I need the energy things. Where's the energy, boys? Do this. We collect some energies, then we go back, right? So we need... Oh, yeah, I see how it's done now. Yeah, I see. You have to be on it, then time fracture. Game's too easy. Game's too easy, dude. Too easy. And by too easy, I mean, that's really cool. I really like this game. That's what I mean by that. Alright, we come back. Get this thing. Get the energy. Switch to rock breaking formation. Break the rock so we can easily get here. Deactivate the lasers. Come back. Pick up some energy. Switch back to the stealth mode. So that we can get this last chest. Listen, we're just gonna fucking blast it. Because you can't stop me. Look at this. Look at this, just raw progression. Look at this raw progression. Intel points, dude. I've got 80 intelligence. I've got 80 IQ. Any more Chesterinis? I don't think so. Chesteroskis? No? None? Honestly, we'll find them all in the end. We'll find them all. I haven't even 100% at Afo's collection, to be absolutely honest with you. I still have, I think, a fair few chests to find in Afo. But Afo schmaffo, you know what they say. You're a programmer? Okay, yeah, I know. It's like, I'm one of the best. Auto Apocalypso. Welcome to the story. Oh, let me just make sure I understand the situation. Auto question mark? Is that because he's maybe not an apocalypse? Okay. Let me just make sure I understand the situation. You mean the year is currently 2017 AD. You are all people from that time and you recognize me. If not, why would I call you Grandpa? But if what you're saying is true, how would I have lived for over 500 years? Now that's the question, ain't it? You gave yourself mechanical prosthetics. Yes, you also used a Trojan program to steal someone else's body. No matter what you say, I don't trust you. Prove that you're really from the 15th century first. The fact that you're here is strange enough. The leaks of space-time data in this area can hardly be compared to a living person like you. That's reason enough to be suspicious, but I also sense that future me has done a lot of things that are unacceptable to you. That's a way of saying it. That's a way of phrasing it. Unacceptable is definitely a word used to describe Otto's actions. I would also say morally questionable, but I'm not a dictionary. I don't know the meanings of a lot of words. Not only unacceptable, you... Now forget it. If it's really the 15th century, beating you up would be of no use. It's pointless to worry about the future of a parallel universe. Parallel? Makes sense. At least that avoids temporal paradoxes. Common sense. That's common sense. That's common sense. Well, now's not the time to chat about such things. Teresa, Durandal, what should we do about this guy? Help him return to 500 years ago, maybe? But as you just suggested, Doctor, that man in front of us could be my grandfather acting like someone else. And it would be very funny if it was. It doesn't look like he's faking it, but if you want to take him aboard Hyperion to investigate, I wouldn't be opposed to it. The way I see it, our primary objective is still to explore this anomalous place. Oh, you do have a point, but I think we should try to eliminate some possibilities in case this guy is a ticking time bomb. Looks like that future me really scared you guys. Yeah, I guess. Did I ask you to keep talking? Do you know what the guy who shares your ugly face has done? Do you need me to list all the things for you? Dr. Tesla, please control yourself. I know Overseer has done many things in the past that upset you, but the situation now is more important than past grievances. Sure. It's because things are so chaotic now. I'm someone familiar yet strange to you, and yet you don't know where I came from. It was mysterious to me too. As soon as the battle ended, the battlefield transformed and the people vanished without a trace. Hold up, I'm trying to... So like we can have a vision of the past in this area, Otto had a vision of the future in this area, and they both collided, and we're now in the same time. Time travel. The battlefield? Yes, just now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we just defeated Shixel's HQ main army in this town. We wiped out their honor guards. Wait. You, Otto Apocalypse, commanded an army that defeated forces of Shixel HQ. What time did you come from? Upon hearing this, the man claiming to be Otto muttered himself for several seconds. I think it's like this. Our histories are quite similar, right? A major campaign did happen in 1491, and Shixel Overseer Otto did command a rebel army that defeated forces from Shixel HQ. My grandfather was the rightful successor to the to the Overseer position, but due to some unfortunate events, his sister and nephew took power. The reign of terror of those two lasted for more than 10 years until my grandfather overthrew them with the support of the people. If I may be blunt, I can't imagine how someone like that would win popular support, probably through some clever tricks. Indeed, rather than talking about my personal abilities, it's better to say that I was willing to serve as a symbol of the will of the people. The people didn't unite around me, they united around the legend of the Holy Maid. Why must it be the Holy Maid? And who is this Holy Maid? Is it Callan? Is this Holy Maid Callan again? God damn it, Otto, get over it! The legend of the Holy Maid? The Maiden of Shixel? Are you talking about Callan Castellana? Are you talking about Callan Castellana? Are you talking about Callan Castellana? God damn it, damn straight you are. Callan Castellana? Of course! I don't know any other holy maids in this world. Callan, she died because of me. There was a time when I couldn't bear the guilt. I thought I would spend the second half of my life trying to escape myself. At that time, I didn't dare to face the world without her. I fled to a small island, used as a cemetery by the people of Venice. I opened a monastery there that cared for orphans. I was in the nobility, so in those dark days, I was at least able to do something I wanted. And the ordinary people ruled by Shixel were thoroughly disillusioned. Their daily lives were unbearable. Perhaps it was because the vast majority of people felt trapped that the Holy Maid became a source of faith. You said faith? Yeah, they believed that Callan was the only Holy Maid in the world. They believed Callan's death would atone for the sins of all living beings. They revered anyone and anything related to the Holy Maid and resisted the rule of Shixel with this faith. And you cleverly used them to take the position of Overseer for yourself. Well, there's no need to think of it like that. Looking at you, I think you would definitely do something like that. You've plotted against the inventor who created the Selene, surpassed Shixel's most powerful Valkyrie, and assassinated the first Herrscher who was fighting for humanity. You don't know what Jesus Christ, Tesla's going in on him. You don't know what your stupid plan to stop the first Herrscher's successor and the release of the second Herrscher resulted in millions of deaths? Calm down, Tesla! The person standing in front of you is not the one you are criticizing. Indeed, you and him are not the same. He's a shameless, contemptible man, but you may not be. I'm sorry, I should never judge you based on your appearance, but I hope you understand that to us, the man named Otto Apocalypse is known as a lot of things, but a good person is not one of them. 3 dots, dude. 3 dots! What a response. That is a response of pure determination. God damn. No. No need to apologize. Thank you. Huh? What you've said has allowed me to see myself clearly. Future Doctor. There's a hole in my heart that even time cannot heal. The more I pursued the glory of the Holy Maid, the more darkness and pain I suffered. It's a poison with no antidote. Isn't that a Oh, that's a lot more metaphorical than you think, Otto. a lot more metaphorical. I have done human experiments and killed my supporters. That's a risk that I will fall into the darkest. What? I have done human experiments and killed my supporters. There's a risk. Okay, not that. There's a risk that I will fall into the endless darkness. Trying to emulate the Holy Maid is kind of suffering. Is a kind of suffering. A discipline and a constraint. If I can return to my own world after this encounter, I will give up my right of inheritance to the overseer position. In this civil war, I made changes to the structure of the new Shixel, but it would be fine without me. Without me, Shixel would not only survive, it would be closer to the ideals of the Holy Maid. So to me, this right of inheritance was just a symbol of my own obsessions. Thanks to you, I'm able to see it from a new perspective, and reach a completely different conclusion. Now, this is all very funny if this is actually the other Otto, or the original Otto, sorry, acting. This is a very funny situation if this is all just an act. Your self-reflection is admirable, Otto from another world. It's just that at the moment we are facing some difficult problems, so we don't have time to chat for long. New enemies are showing up on the radar, prepare for battle. That'd be very funny. I want to see that. If Callan is Holy Maid, well, you don't clone a Holy Maid. Exactly, dude. Good ending. Otto, when he still has semblance of sanity. Honestly, it is nice to see him when he wasn't so fixated on reviving Callan, essentially. I think it is a nice kind of parallel between the two characters, or, sorry, a parallel between the character and just their different forms. Dr. Tesla, would you check if Mr. Otto has any linear spatial anomalies? I thought we just had resolved that. Why do you suddenly think? Oh, I get it. It is possible, worth a try. What are you guys talking about? Hold on, you'll understand when the results come out. Stand there and don't move, Mr. Otto. Perhaps this inspection will help you return to your own world. Oh, fair enough. How did it go? I've already adjusted the parameters. Put on those glasses and take a look. Oh. And are these the strings of a puppet? Could it be that the incident just now had something to do with the Herstra of dominance? If we had known this, then the incident wouldn't have been so unexpected. No wonder we couldn't find that Herstra core before. It's now entangling innocent people from another dimension. What is the power of this core, dude? What is the power of this core? Like, I get it. Like, it created its own theater. Jesus. But it's not. Is it really another dimension? Whatever. Fuck, I don't care. Can our... I do care. But Jesus. Can our active Shixel S-Rank Valkyrie take a look at this? It was because of your unique perspective that we were able to find this clue so quickly. This really seems familiar to the puppet strings explained in the report. Doctor, if we follow this trail, can't we... Nah, it's not that simple. It's possible that our target is not based in the same dimension. But don't worry, thanks to being repeatedly harassed by those puppets, Anti-Entropy is becoming expert at this game. In short, if we have sufficient data, we can calculate the location of the core and use the power of the Herstra of the Void to seize it. This way, we can solve the problem without space-time anomalies and send Mr. Otto back to his own era. Then what do you need me to do? Walk back and forth. We need to observe the puppet string from separate locations within with at least 300 meters between them. During this time, I'll use the new data to increase the precision of the calculations and notify Kiana to begin preparations on the Hyperion. Then Teresa Senpai and I will be on guard duty. If everyone works together, we can avoid the problems of splitting up. We need to notify everyone on Hyperion about the situation. I assume Shixel has no objections. No objections? Sounds good. Now, aboard the Hyperion. Everyone's been assassinated. Okay, we understand the situation. Looks like our intel has been confirmed. What intel? Let's let the one who provided the intel explain. It's the real Otto, isn't it? It's the real Otto. Oh no, it's Nagamitsu, okay. Still essentially a co-worker. Surprise! Hi, Tesla Senpai, do you remember me? I'm Elizabeth McSmith, but my Shixel colleagues call me Nagamitsu. Whoa. Who the hell are you? I knew it. You're so busy, of course you wouldn't remember a research assistant who showed up late to an interview. I didn't want to weird you out just now. I'm a big fan, Tesla Senpai. The Tunguska? The event was awesome. Okay, but really, who are you? My full name is Elizabeth Nagamitsu McSmith. I meant, what do you do? I'm currently the lead, or the head of Shixel's Saint 1504 Nagamitsu Labs Senpai. And that's where I got my name. Why not just say that you're Shixel's technical staff? So what were you saying to Einstein? Just now I use HQ's supercomputer. I really don't think this, the font color is not really that great for Nagamitsu. It's kind of an odd color. Just now I used the HQ's supercomputer to calculate the unusual multi-dimensional Honkai energy distribution, and in a minute I'll send you the results. They show that the energy characteristics are at the 4 inspection points are very similar to those of the Theater of Domination. They might arise from the same source. This is evidence that Mr. Otto's assertions were accurate. Assertions? What assertions? Didn't Bianca, Mr. Randall, tell you already? We've used the Theater of Domination for our experiments before, so it's quite possible that these anomalies could arise from the fragment of the lost Hersha of Dominance core. This is what Otto said about the matter. I thought you guys had already heard. Alright, Randall didn't tell us about this. But just now you said the calculations were evidence. Could it be that you don't even know how Otto arrived at this conclusion? As Tesla Senpai may already know, Shixel's ordinary members aren't involved in strategic decisions like that without Mr. Otto's approval. So if we're confused about the reasoning behind his decision, we have to investigate for ourselves to find the truth. Okay, I do understand this. Years ago, I did some work for that guy. Getting back on topic, aside from Honkai energy distribution, did you discover anything more specific? If Tesla Senpai wants to collect all the relevant data, I suggest you go to ST537 Church ST1491 Square and the east end of the Kaslana Street. Why is everything named Kaslana? Typical Shixel naming everything Saint this, Saint that. It's a tradition. After the Civil War in 1491, some streets and buildings that were named after people had their names changed to commemorate important years. And isn't that even strange to use the names like C Street and 5th Avenue? Now, what is the weirder one? To use a name or 5th Avenue? I think it's weirder to have names than numbers, because numbers can be sorted. Names can't really. I feel like it's because 5th Avenue, 7th Street, fucking 4th fucking roundabout, you know, it just makes a bit more sense to use numbers. No, Nagamitsu, you're actually wrong on this. You're just fundamentally inaccurate, you fucking idiot. Okay, you're free to use whatever names you want. It's better than Auto Apocalypse Avenue. True. That's the worst avenue, dude. The worst avenue. Saint 537 Church 1491 Square and East Kaslana Street. These are in the northern, eastern, western, southern, eastern parts of the town, respectively. You can go to ST whatever, which is close to your current location. Then you can head to that one and visit Kaslana Street last. Yeah, sounds like a good route. After we collect the data of these locations, we'll return to the Hyperion and meet up with Kiana. Then we'll plan how to enter the space where the Hersha core is located. Hold on, please, Madam Teresa. Kiana has something to say to you herself. Principal, I can understand your desire to protect us. But now that the Immortal Blades of Shixel and Miss Nagamitsu are helping us, everyone wants to end this chaos caused by the Hersha of Dominance as soon as possible. So in this situation, as someone who has the strength of the Hersha of the Void, I want to do more to help. Please let me, at least let me join the Exploratory is also the wrong word. Okay, I understand it's like a translation thing, but exploratory is just completely opposite of the exploration. The word is exploration. Exploratory is going the absolutely wrong direction. Please. Come on. Fuck. Exploration team. This way we can adapt to the situation more easily and use my powers more effectively. Bronya's ready for combat? Bronya understands how Kiana feels. Perhaps it will be difficult for Bronya to help directly this time, but Kiana can play a role. If Principal is still worried, then let me go with Kiana, Bronya, and the others can easily guard the Hyperion. Everyone's here to help! Great! Please help Dr. Einstein and Bronya. I understand how you feel. It's just that, if possible, please let Kiana join the expedition, Teresa Senpai. We had the chance to meet before in Arc City in North Africa, and the fact that she beat the Hersha of Dominance 2 months ago is really impressive. I really hope to establish a better relationship with Miss Kiana. Oh, that's wholesome. That's really wholesome, actually. I'm gonna go. I know this is gonna take a few days, so I'll just wait for the reaction at the end of the 3 combined chapters. Owning absolutely fair cop, dude. Absolutely fair cop. This is gonna take a few days to clear, as I've heard each chapter is quite lengthy. So, absolutely fair. Catch you in the next stream. I'll catch you the next time you stop by, man. Peace out. I really hope to establish a better connection with Miss Kiana. Durandal's actually being really wholesome towards Kiana. I really like that. Just kind of like... Yeah, because the last time they met was when Kiana ran away from Durandal and almost fucking yeeted herself into Nagazora. and died. That's quite a long time ago, actually. If you know who gives us any trouble, I think we'll have no trouble dealing with it, but Ms. Randall won't let anything bad happen, Tesla-senpai. Since you're smart in every other way, it's a shame that you say some dumb things. Sorry for making fun of you. If Mr. Otto ordered you to break the bubble universe you were protecting before, what would you have done? To be honest, I wouldn't have complied with the order. Although I am his subordinate, that doesn't mean my life's work is to do what we thought. Oh, there it is. Although I'm his subordinate, that doesn't mean my life's work is to do what he wants me to. Look, she's realistic and sincere. Her ideas aren't so different from your own. On top of that, the things she requested from Mr. Otto have finally been resolved. Now she's a much freer Valkyrie. That's enough, Nagamitsu. You can't force others to change their viewpoints for your own reasons. Didn't I really apologize? How about I prepare some sweets for you next time? Anyway, Teresa-senpai, the Immortal Blades will be wholeheartedly assist the anti-HP in exploring. Understood. To increase efficiency, meet Kiana first, proceed to that street, and then go to the other 2 locations. No objections, let's go. They haven't really talked since chapter 15. Yeah, I really like that. Durandal, I don't know, I'm so indifferent about Durandal's kind of character because I like the fact... I hate the fact that she works for Otto, but I like the fact that she's kind of like, yeah, listen, I work for him, but I'm not going to listen to everything he says. I don't know, I'm kind of indifferent about her character, but, you know, right now she sounds pretty cool with the whole, I just want to make friends with everyone. I like that. Oh, hello there, Chesterini. Let's do a bit of exploration before we get to the source of the game. We need to click there, click that, do that, deactivate lasers, go up this way. Hello there. Hello there. And the Kiana grammar, the thing is, it's not just Kiana sometimes, it's sometimes all the characters' grammar that is wacko tobacco. I'm on the wrong weapon, whoops. Sometimes all the characters have some wacky-ass grammar. And honestly, nothing really fundamentally wrong with it, but it would be nice to have a lot of... Because it's like, it's small words that are just like completely wrong. Exploratory, I don't believe is a word. Like, I think you can try to make it a word, and if you take it by the meanings and how you imply it, it can be a word, but I don't think fundamentally it is a word in the dictionary in any way. But that also could be me just, like, not knowing the English dictionary because I also am not very smart. But that's not the topic of right now. The English translators are not really the best at their job. So many mistranslations, and it is very painful to see a Japanese speaker. And that's a part of the problem as well, in my opinion, is like, it's... As an English speaker, it's obviously negligible because you know what they mean. Like, if you're native English, yeah, you can definitely see what the translators mean. But it's still kind of frustrating to see it, even though, because it's such a simple word. Exploration is very much the obvious answer. But even as like as a non-native English speaker, that's probably really frustrating, or maybe not maybe really frustrating, but kind of annoying because let's say you're learning also English through video games in a way, because I've done that with games. I've learned small bits of Japanese through video games. And if you're learning English through a video game slightly, well, you've just learnt the wrong word by the game kind of using the wrong word. So it definitely is frustrating to a lot of people, and it's just kind of something that you would think they would put a bit more care into. But the thing is, the benefit of the doubt is that it doesn't happen way too often. It's like maybe one to two words per chapter, which is really not that lot. It's not that much. They clearly didn't invest any Genshin money on Honkai English translation team. True, I see. Yeah, no, they definitely didn't do that. They didn't invest... They invested graphically, and that's about it. Oh god, what the fuck is happening? Whoa there, buddy. How do you like that one? Get one shot? Oh, this is like a... To be quite frank, I probably shouldn't be here, right? To be absolutely honest with everyone, I shouldn't be here, right? But I don't fucking care. This is the freedom I have with an open world, is I can go anywhere I want. Screw the main story, it doesn't even matter. It's not even important. Auto schmotto. We're all about the exploration, boys. I wish Silverwing Nex was a part of the trial characters. Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Anybody home? Thank you. Oh, there we go. Honestly, this might be a good idea. Explore the map and unlock a lot of the laser doors. Can I go over here? Door. Nothing over here. Fair cop. Well, this is not the first time they did an open world, right? Because they did the Sakura Samsara before this. You'll exit the space-time projection status from... What does this mean? Fair enough. Okay. Alright. Can we go across the bridge yet? May? Okay, you're shit, May. May's trash. Can't even climb an upwards bridge. Alright, Kiana, where you at? Where you at, Kiana? Who the fuck are you? Hello? Susanna? Phew! I didn't think I would get so much valuable work experience here. Even though it's the logistics, it's just as critical. Looks like there's nothing urgent to do. Would you like to join me for some logistics work? It's simple, just need to get to the appearance landing location and check the circuit faults using the internal system. Please, it's getting dark. It'll be terrible if the lights can't be turned on. Oh, it's like a quest. It's like a side quest. Carry the charging device across the Shixel Bridge. Alright. There's obviously going to be a fight. Obviously. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. It's Susanna. Hey, Vanessa, recently discovered your content. Love your input on both games. Hey, Nevin, really appreciate that. I endeavor to have my input on the games stay as unbiased as possible. And on both games, I'm not learning really much that much on Genshin, but I'm still learning about Honkai, so I hope that my input becomes ever more so valuable for people to consider as I continue to create content. But I really appreciate that. Thank you. And also, welcome to the stream. On release, the story section was weeks apart, so players did through exploration and able to access locked area early, like across the bridge part. And that makes absolutely sense. That makes a lot of sense. Obviously now with the removal of the time gating, you know, I can like blast through this stuff all in one day probably. If I wasn't invested in the story and didn't care about like role playing, I'd probably be able to blast through this all in one day. To be quite frank, I'm just killing them by knocking them off the map. And I'm not gonna do that though. I think this one chapter will take more than a day. Because we're already like 2 hours into the stream, and I don't think we're like 2% of the way through this chapter. Though, you know, I'm not going to talk about time gating because it's such a contentious and like controversial topic. But yeah, time gating is a thing. Susanna is one of the characters in the manga. I feel disappointed that Miho decided to give her a mere NPC character model. Oh, it's like depends on her role, right? Depends on her role. There we go. Talk to Susanna. Oh, we have to go all the way back? Oh, God. See, now, if this is in reference to what the fetch quests are like, this is the an example of a badly done fetch quest. Is having you go from one location to the end location and then having to go all the way back to the starting location, even though the continuation of the main story is at the second location where you had to go to eventually. Oh, sorry, initially. That's a lot of circuit faults. I no wonder I had to crack sound when I had the lights on. I must work hard to fix it. Thanks, Susanna. What are your rewards? Give me the rewards. She has another quest? Okay, I'll do your shit later, Susanna. I'll come back and do all the side quests later. The side quests aren't too important to me. That's all we all did. By jumping through the river, obviously. Wait, you can jump through a river? Wait, what? Is this another elevator? No. Oh. I remember the 3-month gap from chapter 8 to chapter 9 back in the day. Honestly? Yeah, I feel like it's such a weird topic because I haven't experienced it, like, I haven't experienced current content story progression in Honkai to make a judgment on it versus Genshin Impact. Because that's what I'm basing a lot of my information on, is comparing it to Genshin Impact and what I think is better. So I haven't experienced the current content, like, time period from the ending of the current chapter to the release of the next one. So I think once I experience that, I think I'll probably be able to resonate and empathize, but in Genshin, I know it feels like terrible. In Genshin, you wait like 3 patches to get the next Dainsleif quest, which is really annoying, but it is what it is. Kiana, welcome. Long time no see, Kiana Kaslana. Yes, when I escaped from you, I never thought a day would come when we'd be fighting side by side. You could say that the task of resisting Honkai has made our paths cross again. Indeed, leave the unhappiness of the past behind us. The future of Shixel belongs to our generation. Before Auto Apocalypse resigned, he also found his true path. His future probably won't overlap with ours again. What? And she's clearly lying. What do you mean, won't overlap? Nagamitsu, you really... I should make it clear that I was just speculating, although I do think it's a reasonable speculation. The point is, I believe that in the previous experiments, Mr. Otto really found a way to return to the past. Return to the past? Are you talking about time travel? How is that possible? According to physics of our world, time travel cannot happen. Even though we caught that strange Otto, he can't possibly be the real Otto from 500 years ago, right? Alright, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, Tessa-senpai is right. The manipulation of time that you see in sci-fi stories doesn't really exist. But ontologically speaking, I think Mr. Otto still found a way to return to the past in some sense. Are you just playing word games? Of course not, Tesla-senpai. Ontology is a serious area of study in philosophy and logic. But to understand what I was saying just now, I need everyone to recall the implicit meaning of time. Time, isn't it just time? Honestly, I'm with fucking Teresa on this one. What the fuck is happening? There's nothing more that can be said about it, right? No, Teresa, time is indeed a concept that is hard to define, but its implications depend on how you look at it. In essence, everyone can only consider the present moment. Because of this, everyone thinks that time is related to cause and effect. But if we dig deeper and think about what the present signifies, human logic seems to reach its limits at this point. Not necessarily, Dr. Tesla. As you probably know, our world isn't the limit of existence. Outside our world, the imaginary tree and sea of Quanta also affect our fate. But outside our world, can time have... Wait, are you suggesting that there are observers outside our world? This is something we learned from multiple experiments. Through activating the second divine key and linking the bubble universe to the imaginary tree, we determined that outside our world, time still abides by certain rules and won't degenerate into chaos. To be more specific, there one can travel backward in time freely, no different from traveling through spatial dimensions. On this basis, it follows some other basic principles, similar to other dimensions. It has various types of energy restrictions. And some of these restrictions cause time to flow in a fixed direction in various subspaces, limiting the capabilities of objects in those spaces. We believe that is the reason for the existence of everything in our world. That is to say, the arrow of time is not a basic principle, it is a consequence of the existence of our world. I don't fully understand what you're saying. But are you trying to say, it's because of the stable existence of our world that no amount of power can interfere with the flow of time? But the situation is different in the imaginary tree because it exists beyond our world. You can think of it as a server that holds all the game data. The server has all kinds of mechanisms to generate countless game worlds, and you are just a character in one of those worlds. The server records every action you take at every moment. You can see the records, but you don't have the ability to change them. Because you are used to this, it seems like the data stored on the server cannot be changed, but to the server itself, there are no such restrictions. The game server that is called the Imaginary Tree can use the save file from any moment in time to generate a new parallel universe. Just like servers in online games, universes can be opened, closed, or merged. I see where this is going. I see where this is going, I think. Alright. If I make an assumption as to where this is going, Otto is with the whole merging. Merging was the key word that Nagamitsu used. Otto is attempting to merge a world or a time when Callan is still alive to this time, thus reviving Callan in his world. Because I don't think he can necessarily go to another world, but he can attempt to merge two and then return to his own. Interesting. Interesting. Let me say something really quickly. Time travel, again, and I've said this when I was playing Final Fantasy XIV, and when I play a lot of games, and time travel is involved, time travel has to be done extremely well for people to enjoy it. Final Fantasy XIV, if you've played it, you'll know what I mean, and if you haven't played it, this is not really a spoiler. But Final Fantasy XIV does time travel really well. And so I'm hoping that this is done in a kind of cohesive manner where it's not speculative in how it works. I hope there's an explanation to it, which there seems to be this whole... It's not technically time travel. It's more so you're visiting different things. You're visiting different timelines. But you have the ability to merge them. The game analogy was really helpful. The game analogy that they used was probably the most helpful analogy I've ever fucking heard in existence. But I'm still hoping that they do time travel really well, because if they don't, it really does ruin a lot of the experience, at least in my eyes, because time travel is such a finicky topic. But regardless, let's push on. This is no different from the theory of a parallel universe. The new you is not the actual you, just like we've seen with Mr. Otto. True, that is how we ordinarily understand parallel universe, but that's referring to already existent parallel universes, Tesla Senpai. What do you mean? I mean that at a particular point of origin for parallel universes, others don't exist and there is only one reality. To someone experiencing this single reality, they can choose the future they want. In fact, such a thing is happening every moment, and it's just we are unable to perceive it subjectively. Sorry, I'm completely lost. Okay, let's continue to use the analogy of a game, then. Imagine you are a free character in a game and suddenly you are facing a choice. Choice 1. Because you have free will, you can randomly select either of the two choices, but without any external information, you will never know whether in other versions of the game, the content of the choices is the same. It's going down this path, okay. You also don't know which choice you made in other versions of the game. All you know is that you are you and now is now, and that choice is just a choice. Your free will actually never changes. You could even say that from this perspective, all the other versions running on the server are irrelevant. From your point of view, there's no way to return to earlier parts of the game, and you can only make choices once. Yeah, I know exactly how it's going. Yeah, it's essentially you create a parallel universe, and then you change the choice. Kind of like normal, but then it still follows the parallel universe like mentality. But now, with the whole merging concept, that's how they get it integrated into changing reality. I assume, at least. So what you're actually saying is, by using some of the imaginary tree's functions, Otto was able to live his life again. Maybe living life again is not the best way of putting it. It even has the opposite connotation, but to simplify things, yes. But I know that what's really important is intention. Mr. Otto wouldn't give up an opportunity to return to the past. Oh, I see. If I really had lived for 500 years, maybe I would I would really change like that. Now, what changes are you talking about? If someone lived for 500 years, his obsession would be 10 times stronger than mine, or even 100 times stronger. I don't think someone like that would act like I did just now, and reevaluate his own life based on outside information. True. No one in the world would be more stubborn. No, maybe Kevin would. Kevin would. He's lived for a few more years. He wouldn't change, but not. Is this maybe foreshadowing with how we're gonna fix Kevin? We're gonna go back to a future 50,000 years ago, save Dr. May, and then the whole world is gonna be remade and Kevin's gonna be happy for once. Oh my god, it's foreshadowing. But what you said is true. I can't imagine that someone like that would make any changes after hearing what others have to say. If you compelled him to change his situation, he would do so based on some kind of inherent motivation. I don't think of myself as someone who clings to power. The reason I joined the Resistance army was that they fought under the banner of the Holy Mate. Maybe I just selfishly wanted to keep the name Callan from being defeated again. I'm telling you the honest truth. Maybe you'll find my motivations funny or not worth caring about, but you should know that when Callan died, the part of myself called the ego went with her. So if I may be frank, there's not a moment when I don't wish to return to the past, to those days when Callan was still in our world, to return to the time when I had an ego. I think that person would fear this even more. But don't you have your own life? So the Grand Shixel Overseer, making his mark on the world for 500 years, is just a walking shadow, a pitiful puppet. You look surprised. I think that if you live in a sufficiently unrestrained environment, it's easy to forget it's easy to forget how uncommon and fragile free will is. You should know that an ordinary person like me, life's but a walking shadow, a poor prayer that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day. To be to the last syllable of recorded time, and all of yesterday's have lighted fools. It seems you're quite familiar with the works of Shakespeare. I think he was alive when he was. Yes, both Callan and I had encounters with her. Otto's met Shakespeare, has he? Introduce us, please. Yeah, this is a lot of preambling right now. Endgame Otto is just him getting proper therapy for once. Honestly, Kevin, I meant. Endgame Kevin is just him just smiling for a fraction of a second to please anyone. When I was 12, I also encountered Shakespeare. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, the Durandal visual novel. I also encountered Shakespeare. She was a ship captain and taught me a lot of things on my voyage. It was her that encouraged me to see the world in my own way, and to ground my decisions in reason. She helped you establish your own systems of values. That's right. While we're on the subject, I hope everyone will act reasonably. Everyone, we came together to Kurebe because of the lost Hershakor. Let's not beat around the bush. That's an Australian saying, or not really, actually, that's wrong. I'm actually incorrect. Almost everyone here is worried that our corporation could be disrupted by someone making an irrational decision. But what I wanted to say was, the irrational tendencies of a certain individual are all the more reason for us to work together. Hopefully, we can solve the problem before he gets involved. We can just call him Otto Apocalypso. Indeed, just as Durandal said, the ultimate reason for our corporation is to eliminate the dangerous effects of Honkai. I think that's fair, and I think that's enough discussion. I will now repeat the plan that we drew up earlier. Oh fuck! This is so much reading. You guys didn't underestimate me. Underestimate the reading. Jesus. First, our overall goal is to test for spatial anomalies suspected to be Hersha of Dominance puppets at several locations. Then we need to determine the location of the Hershakor in other dimensions. Second, the personnel who will be doing these tests include Dr. Tesla, Mr. Durandal, Kiana, Mr. Otto, and myself. Third, because it's the closest, we will do our first round at testing at ST-1491 Square and obtain our first batch of data about the Hershakor. There's no time to waste. Let's go. God, okay, you guys definitely didn't lie about the amount of reading. Oh, there's so much reading. But I guess that makes sense because all the gameplay stems from the open world, right? So it does make sense for all the main story stuff to be just purely dialogue. Ugh. I don't know why my back is hurting more than this, my mouth. I don't know how that works. I'm not taking the elevator, I'm just jumping off. Is there a chest up here? Oh, there is! Oh, look at that! Oh, yeah! I think in the other open worlds, you're not allowed to do that, or you can't do that. 12-year-old Joanna is so overly cheerful, it's honestly buffing how she became, or baffling you mean, baffling how she became so mature. This, I know, right? I really did enjoy the VN with how like happy Durandal looked. I'm gonna agree with you there. How happy she looked in the VN, I really appreciated that. She just was smiling more. Oh wait, there's a thing over there. There's a breakable rock. Hold up. There's a breakable. What the fuck is this rock gonna do? Probably it's just a chest, isn't it? Global time fracture boosts self-damage? What? Oh my god. These chapters have a larger... Oh shit, whoops. Have a larger percentage of reading the mangas. Honestly, I don't mind that though, because here's the thing. It's obviously like... This is... I'm not gonna skip it, but I will mention that, you know, you have the option to skip it. So, you know, if you don't care, skip it. Get into the gameplay, because the gameplay is the whole open world. So I'm all for this. This is called ST1491 Square. It is the It is to commemorate... Sorry, wait. Yeah, it is to commemorate us overthrowing old Shixel. That's wonderful. That's right, Miss Octavia. Oh, gave it that name herself. You probably know her as Viola. Oh, is that so? Although I don't know about your world, in the original world, Viola didn't run into any big problems, did she? Perhaps. Anyway, before we find the Hershey core, there's probably no way for you to go back. You might as well make the best of it. No use in worrying. Don't just stand there, walk around the area. That way, the data we collect will be more accurate. If enemies appear again, you three should be strong enough to protect a test sample with arms and legs. This is what Doctor suggested. Let's walk while we talk. Relax, I'll definitely comply with everyone's instructions and do my best not to get in the way. Although I won't lose my temper at you like the Doctor did, you should be aware that I have no obligation to treat you nicely. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, that's probably really tough for Kiana, right? It's really tough. Ven, help me? What's up? I'm feeling sus today. Oh no. Oh no, boys. I have banned it. No water guns in the building, please. No water on the carpet. If you spill a drop of water on the carpet, instant ban. I don't mind a lot of text, but damn scientific talks drain me a bit. I'm with you there, Ferrari. Once they start talking about interdimensional time logistics with imaginary trees and quantum singularities, I'm out of it too. I'm with you there on that one. Bam. Okay. What's the first one? Right, Kiana, you know what? There's an old building in this area where Fu Hua used to live. Fu Hua's house? Yeah, Overseer used to mention it occasionally. If you're free later, maybe you can take her over there to look around. Oh, that would be cool! Oh, that would be so cool! Fu's house? Let's go. Good, if we do it like this, we'll get accurate data from this area. 2 objectives remain. Let's continue and try to maintain this efficiency. As Tesla confidently issued the order to proceed, someone's comm device started to beep. And for some reason, Tesla suddenly felt something was wrong. Sorry, I need to take this call. This is Durandal? Yeah. Teresa Senpai and Kiana are with me. How about this? I'll switch to the public channel. What happened? It's Amber. Overseer ordered her to pass on some information to us. This isn't Grandpa style. Why wouldn't he speak to us directly? Oh god. This is fucking weird. Whenever Amber's on the screen, I don't like it. It's fucking weird, dude. Good day, Master Teresa, Master Durandal, and everyone on Hyperion. This is the Shixel's Overseer Personal Secretary, Amber. Overseer reports that he and Rita have locked on the location of the Hershey of Dominance core at ST537 Church. He wanted me to relay this information to you. What did you say? Rita? Didn't she go on a mission to World Serpent? And Overseer said he was busy sorting out the aftermath of his resignation. Was that just a pretense? All Overseer said that he was that he and Rita had locked onto the Herrscher of Dominance core at ST537 Church. I know I'm saying the number wrong, I don't care. As for how he found it so quickly and why Rita is there, forgive me, I'm not in a position to ask about such things. So does that mean we fell for the old man's tricks again? No, Overseer said that if everyone proceeds together to the church, he could help the Iberian crew recover the Herrscher core. Everyone. Amber, who is he planning to bring into the scene? Madame Teresa, Mustard Rundle, Kiana, and that other Otto that you found. I feel like why can't we just kill Otto? Like, fuck me. At this point, just fucking kill the guy. Find him and kill him. He's obviously not on anyone's side. Me? Yes, Overseer believes your presence is necessary to complete recovery of the Herrscher core. Damn, the information has gotten out, but with this many people, it's hard to avoid. What do you think, Teresa? Even though the church was originally one of our targets, we don't know what Otto is up to. But to solve the problem we're facing, we have no choice but to go. The good news is, since Amber said Grandpa and Rita already located the core's location, we don't need to deploy everyone. Amber, please relay to my grandfather that Teresa will proceed by herself to ST Church to provide assistance. If he has the ability to locate the Herrscher core on his own, then why does he need Kiana? Overseer said the Herrscher of the Flame Scion doesn't need to attend. Wait, I thought, was her name? Hey, when was her name announced? I don't remember anyone saying that her name was the Herrscher of the Flame Scion. Did they just start calling her that without naming it? Maybe it's named in the manga, I don't know. But he emphasized that the other Otto's help would be indispensable. No problem, although I won't be able to provide anything that the others won't, I'm duty-bound to help to the best of my ability. Unlike my grandfather, you have a sense of responsibility. Did the Overseer have any other questions? I can go with Teresa Senpai, of course. He said he didn't consider other elements to be decisive. But in that case, due to security concerns, unfortunately the other two will have to return to the Hyperion and stand by. Especially you, Kiana, I think being near him puts you at risk. I understand. I'll remain in the rear to protect everyone. Kiana's such a good character, dude. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Just like Santi killed Otto in the chapter earlier, yeah. Even if you kill him, he'll still revive. No, just no, you don't understand what I'm saying though. Just kill him, so he's dead. That's what I'm suggesting. Is just kill him, so he's dead. No reviving, no nothing, just dead. The end. Thank you for listening. Nice. Otto needs a solid bonk. Chat or Van, can you guys tame the rat for a while? Alright, rat. Tame. Tame. No rat behavior. Otto needs a solid bonk. True. True. Boom. Alright, Kurikata, please help me. This is a tough fight, and I don't think I'm using any good characters for this situation. Or maybe you're alright. Alright, there we go. Maybe I just needed to play properly. Oh, it's a statue of Callan? Who would have guessed it? Oh, oh, it's Callan! Of course it fucking is. What'd you expect? This whole area is pretty much built around the character. Triple S Heimdall would be a nightmare. What is that even? Triple S Heimdall? Is that a boss? Bear that in mind. Huh? That's the statue of the Holy Maiden Callan! I remember Grandpa said these things should be kept in their original state so it's seen better days. It replaced the statue of the gallows here. Statue of the gallows? It's just a shame that people's commemoration can't actually revive the Holy Maid. It said that this place is where... Oh, this is the place where Kalinka Slana was hanged. I hate the word. I hate the fact that hanged is actually the correct terminology. It should be hung, but whatever. Yes, after being betrayed by the people, the Holy Maid was willing to sacrifice her life to bring enlightenment to the ignorant masses. I saw her the night before she was executed. She was no fool. But when someone genuinely wants to change the world, they will discover how insignificant their power is. After she was arrested for the second time, she gave up hope completely. She rejected all plans to break out of prison and awaited death. During her trial, she stubbornly stuck to her views, ensuring her execution. Maybe for her, it was a final act of resistance against this unjust world. Oh, there he is. There he is. Maybe so. But the Holy Maid showed great mental toughness. She was stronger than even she could imagine. Grandfather. Teresa, you've been so busy these days, I know you have a lot to say to me, but let's get the important things out of the way. I've already recovered 99.9% of the Herstra of Dominance core, and I'm about to get the last 0.1%. Come on, everyone into the ruins of this church. We'll welcome this momentous occasion together. This is clearly a trap. This is clearly a trap. Do not go inside the church. Don't listen to Amber. Do not enter the church. This is a trap. Mayday, mayday. There are red flags around the building. Do not enter. Don't enter the building. You fucking idiots. Oh, I've got 99.9% of it. I'm just gonna get this last 1%. Get in here. Why do we need to be in there? Oh, God. Get in. What is this? 999 distributed Herstra cores. I use the second divine key's spatial manipulation technology to break their aggregate into pieces like this. Of course, the goal is to locate the final piece of the puzzle. Dr. Tesla of Anti-Entropy said she would soon be able to use the data she collected to deduce the location of the Herstra core. I believe she can do it. It's just that I, Auto Apocalypse, have a simpler method. There's no reason for her to get her hands dirty. It's time, reader, retrieve our experimental items. A deadly-looking blade flashed out of the shadows with a metallic sound, and as soon as the two unsuspecting Valkyries turned around, the guest they had brought with them had been transformed into a lifeless corpse. Ha! Would you look at that? Whoa, betrayal out of nowhere! Oh, no! What? Really? Oh, no way! Betrayal? Oh, you went to the church after being invited? Oh my god! I never expected it. Wow. Rita, what have you done? Calm down, Master Durandal. He was nothing more than another one of the Overseer's Solium bodies. That's right. This was my simpler method. Look, I'll help you collect the final piece of the puzzle. What have you done? It will take a while to explain, so if you don't mind, I'll wash off my hands first. Let's sort this out from the beginning. Several months ago, test subject K423, now called Kiana Kaslana, defeated the Herstra of Dominance and rescued her comrade. Although the Herstra of Dominance was dead, there was no trace of its core. With help from the second divine key, I entered the ruins of the Theater of Domination, and there I found a crucial clue. Due to the unique structure of the Herstra of Dominance core, part of it, was hidden in imaginary space, searching for a new body to inhabit. As is well known, the Herstra of Dominance is most interested in people who feel hopeless and are inclined towards chaos. And it was due to this I was able to implement my complete recovery plan. Oh, Durandal's angry, dude. Oh, Durandal's angry. Definitely didn't see this coming, neither did I cares. It's an absolute plot twist, isn't it? Oh my god. I don't understand. What does this have to do with Mr. Otto, who Rita just killed? Please be patient, Durandal. Think of it this way. When you and I entered the ruins of the Theater of Dominance, I had already collected 999 of the distributed Herstra of Dominance cores. But the last one unfortunately hid itself in the abyss between dimensions, making it hard for me to follow its trail. Therefore, I decided to give it some bait to the last core, a host that it could not refuse. That's right, I'm talking about myself, Otto Apocalypso. Didn't that Otto already tell you his holy maid died because of him, and he lived his life after that like a walking corpse? Perhaps the present me is not that fragile, but the Otto Apocalypse from 500 years ago, he carries more pain in his heart than anyone. So I decided to create an incomparable host for the Herstra of Dominance based on this, an elaborate trap. First, I used the second divine key to project out from the certain spaces on the imaginary tree into the theater of dominance, or domination, which I had already controlled. Then I used the 999 cores to take that data that had been projected into the theater of domination and manifest it in the real world. In this way, I was able to leak information from another era into our time without disturbing space-time itself. I just needed to repair an auto-apocalypse from 500 years ago to serve as a trap for the Herstra, and everything was in place. Are you saying that what we saw was the past was just fragments of information, perfect replicas? Yes, all of it was nothing more than side effects of the plan. Nothing besides information can leak into our world. Everything you saw and collected was regenerated in our world. You may think that I cheated, that I only simulated a result that no amount of energy could achieve, but in the end, I really did recover the escaped Herstra core. And what of the Solium lifeform lying on the ground? It was only a simulation, of course. The simulation included real, complete historical data about his life. Because of this, he firmly believed he was an auto-apocalypse from 1491. He believed he had just led the rebel army in their uprising against Old Shixel, and that he had done it all for the Holy Maid. All of this needed to make sure that he still carried resentment in his heart. Do you want me to remind you of the actual history? Oh fuck, he's actually going to give us a recap of the whole fucking game, or this history. Oh god, here we go. A leader of the new Shixel betrayed all of his comrades over a 500-year period just to compensate for his wounded heart. Eventually, he became the ultimate evil in the eyes of anti-entropy. Even his closest advisors only served him to maintain order. And that other him that you saw was just the beginning of a long, dark journey. He was like Macbeth. After he saw the witches, his own obsession sealed everyone's fate. The result was just, as you have seen, the missing Herstra core mercilessly used him as a host. The cleverness of this fusion almost escaped the notice of those genius doctors at Anti-Entropy. To be quite frank, I don't think it did. Like, because didn't we look at him and see the Herstra strings? So isn't that, like, essentially the clue? Like, essentially? I just, like, these doctors apparently just didn't put two and two together. But based on the results, it was you who manufactured this consciousness and then you killed it in pursuit of your own goals. Yes. Don't tell me this is the first time you've heard of me doing something like this. For example, the person I saved 500 years ago, I drew my gun on 500 years later. This is how Auto-Apocalypse does things. Another example, to study the power of the Herstras, I snatched away the second Herstra from Anti-Entropy. Mr. Welt was about to destroy her for the sake of humanity at the time. And after that, I did kill her, then revived her to test my powers. Or to test her powers. I tormented nearly everyone on Hyperion. This is something else Auto-Apocalypse has done. Durandal, you obviously know how these things developed, but you only care about an artificial consciousness that only existed for a few hours. Did I make you angry by saying these things? Then I will apologize. Because the way I see it, avoiding harm to innocence is a good reason not to do something. I know you aren't a little girl anymore, Bianca. Oh, he starts using Bianca, dude? Oh, no. Surely this is like the turning point for Bianca, where she's just like, yeah, nah, fuck you, Otto. And then Bianca and Rita have a fight? Oh, shit. Because Rita's a dumb idiot who serves Otto for no reason. These past few years, you defended your own life, withstood the darkness of this world, and the acts of necessary evil I ordered. There's no shame in that. You've shown maturity and perseverance beyond your years in this matter, so I will tell the world without hesitation that you, Durandal, are the best student I've had in 500 years. You. Oh, God. Oh, I can't even look at the screen. Oh, God. I don't even want to look at the screen, dude. Oh, it's so disgustingly handsome, but just deceptively fucking disgustingly cringe, ugly ass cheek, dude. Oh my god. Oh, it's still there. Someone get it off my fucking screen. Oh, get this shit stain off the screen. Okay, don't make things difficult. You're a good kid. And Teresa, why do you have to stare at me like I'm a murderer? Fair cop. Your grandpa isn't a monster. I wouldn't kill someone without a good reason, no matter what. In the past, because I had no alternative, I overstepped against you and your subordinates. But, my child, have you left those annoying matters behind you by now? When I said I was resigning, I meant it. I'm really leaving all of Shixel. I'm really leaving Shixel. You should know that over 500 years, I went through a lot before I finally found a home. And that's something priceless, and it's worth sacrificing everything I have for it. What is it that you have found? I found a moment in time, a Holy Spirit who has not died yet. You know, some people die too late, and others die too early. She believes she found her own death, but everyone knows about that extremely unfortunate occasion. To the contrary, if I could decide my own death, I would use my death to prove to her that going to one's grave voluntarily is a magnificent end to a life. Then she will realize that her life meant a future of liberation and glorious human flourishing. Come, as a token of our continued relationship, please accept this gift, my dear Teresa. Disgustingly handsome? Nah, I'm not good, dude. He's a nice looking character, but God, I can't bring myself to like him. He looks so cool and really handsome, but god damn it, I can't like him. A multitude of Hersha cores that look like stars in the night sky fused into one mass in the blonde-haired man's hand. He held it out as if giving candy to a baby and put the precious stone in Teresa's palm. Here, try to make use of its power, Teresa. Perhaps it will become a perfect weapon for you. What? Now, this is obviously a trap. This is a trap beyond a trap. This is trapception. We walked into a trap and then are getting trapped in the trap. But it would be very interesting if she just turns it into a weapon, right? Maybe it is. Let's continue. Oh shit, I clicked. What did she say? Thanks for the reminder, try to make use of the power. Thanks for the reminder, anti-entropy scientists will do research on this. Okay. Yeah, I'm not worried at all. They always do great research. They will definitely help you resolve those troublesome questions of intellect. You don't need to be so angry, Teresa. The succession ceremony will be held on schedule, and I guarantee that you will have all the powers of a Shixel's overseer. And as for me, I will soon set off on the last part of my journey to the other side of the world to seek the soul existence, a hero you all have heard so much about. We all know the name. We all know the name, don't we, boys? Let's say it. Everyone, let's say the name of this said hero. Everyone, ready? Ready? Here it comes. Callan Caslana. Oh, Callan Caslana. Oh, the hero. Oh, the soul existence, a hero you've all heard so much about. Callan Caslana. Here it comes. The name drop. Callan Caslana. The only one worthy of my sacrifice. Oh, sheesh. Chase him. Oh, go after him. And then Rita's gonna stop us, isn't she? Because she's a scumbag. Master Teresa! Amber, where did the Overseer go? I'm sorry, Master Teresa. Overseer requested that I protect his privacy, but since you already have the Hersha of Dominance core, why not send it back to the Hyperion for her analysis? Teresa, don't do that now. Because she told you to do it, don't do it. Teresa, it's that simple. Teresa, she told you to do it? Don't do it. Don't do it. Ugh. Will you come with me, Durandal? I'm not sure if... Rita, you fucker. You motherfucker, Rita. Fuck you. Of course we will return to the Hyperion with you, Master Teresa. No, Rita, you're not invited. Rita, you're not invited. This is not a we thing. This is a you get out of here team. Huh? Even Rita wants to come. Teresa, this is where you decline Rita's invitation. You decline... Oh, you fucking idiot. Of course, you can consider our time serving Master Otto to be over. For the foreseeable future, we are at your service, Master Teresa. This was approved by Master Otto. But Rita, you returned from World Serpent without saying a word, and you still... Oh, I'm sorry, Durandal. Before, Overseer wanted me to maintain strict secrecy, so I didn't have a chance to contact you earlier. To be honest, he told me some things that I did not expect. Can we talk about this on the way? You know what? If I was Durandal right now, I'm unfriending Rita. You no way you're gonna tell and be ordered around by your boss rather than your best friend. Nah, that ain't how life works, dude. Best friend, your boss. That's how it works. Teresa, you're an idiot. Teresa, you're an absolute moron. Never accept anything from Rita. Never accept it. Actual Pepega brain, dude. Oh my days. Oh my days. And we're about to get attacked by Rita, aren't we? Here it comes. The confrontation. Confrontation. Rita, you only left for World 7 HQ yesterday on a scheduled mission. Did Overseer force you return once you were on the way? Yes, he did. Overseer said that handing off my original mission to civilian staff would be fine. Strange. If he really just wanted to destroy his own Solian body, he wouldn't have needed you to be there. What is Grandpa scheming? True. What is he scheming? Master Teresa, Master Durandal, remember that just now Overseer mentioned his journey, quote unquote. Yes, he said he would go to find Kalan Kaslana. He told me that when he called me back, he said that based on his long-term research on the Herstra Void and the Second Divine Key, plus the experiment on the Bubble Universe, he has discovered the only way to bring someone back from the dead. Nagamitsu also mentioned this to me. She said the reason my grandpa resigned was to return to the past and reunite with the holy maid Kalan. Master Nagamitsu was the one who executed a lot of the experiments planned by the Overseer, so it's not strange that she guessed that. But is there something about it that doesn't make sense? Yes, and it's quite obvious. If Overseer can really achieve time reversal on his own, then what he is doing now will unavoidably get too many people involved. Rita, why'd you play along with this if you're kind of opposed to it? Why'd you play along with it? Why are you helping him, huh? You fucking dingle ass. Whether it was his dramatic resignation or selecting the old HQ to recover the Herstra core, or ordering me to assassinate his Solium clone, compared with Overseer's other plans, everything that's happening now feels hollow somehow. And as I was preparing to strike the target, he said this to me. Once Teresa has the Herstra core in her possession, you can tell her everything we just talked about. Is Teresa gonna get possessed by the fucking thing? Oh no. And this made you more suspicious. Yes, this isn't normally how Overseer handles things. If recovering the Herstra core and his journey were entirely separate things, then it would mean he was putting a lot of effort into something he considered to be relatively unimportant. True, although Grandpa can be a bit pompous and a bit of a prick, he cares about costs and efficiency when it comes to important things. So Rita, do you mean recovering the Herstra core and Overseer's journey are secretly connected somehow? Probably. Connected so closely that he had no choice but to do this. I believe it's reasonable to suspect that. After all, no one knows what the costs of Overseer's journey will be. If finding Kalan Kaslana has been his core motivation all his life, we must consider other things he's done to be related. For example, the Herstra of the Void, or the Second Divine Key, or even the expedition I went on with Durandal in 2012. I will request that anti-entropy doctors take this into consideration when they do their research. But at present, the most important thing is to properly deal with the Herstra of Dominance core and make use of it if necessary. I remember when Fuhua, Kiana, and Bronya with their Herstra cores were all affected by the Herstra of Dominance. No matter what happens, we finally seize its core. Now it's time to witness how this series of misfortunes come to an end. Let's take a second here. We've just intaken a lot of information and a lot of dialogue. Let's take a second to recover some oxygen. You may want to save on crystals. The next version we get Herstra of Thunder buff in the form of strongest weapon for her, which should bring her back up on the meta. Oh, I did see that weapon. It looked very cool in the cinematic. Teresa Oblivious. Teresa is a dumb character in terms of intelligence. Not really kind of just generally dumb, but she doesn't have the brain power. How to get more crystals anyway? Credit card. True, dude. Credit card or grind? Yeah, the only two options in these games, but one is drastically better. Don't do it though. Don't connect the credit card, boys. It's not worth it. The Shixel Overseer dramatic and distressing actions caused the Valkyries from different factions to share more intel with each other. But as they worked towards an unclear goal, they still hadn't realized that everything they had seen up to this moment was an elaborate performance that Overseer had deliberately put on for them. Of course it was. The real crisis was being covered up by this unsettling performance, and things were going in a direction far different from what they expected. Of course. Of course. Like, why wouldn't it be an elaborate performance that is gonna cause massive amounts of distress to everyone? Now, it says to go back to the Hyperion, but let's actually just handle a few side quests. Let's do, you know what, let's do, Susanna here again. Susanna! Phew, hi, hello. Why am I not out of breath? It's because I'm finishing up Master Durandal's special training program. It's really not easy to become an S-rank Valkyrie like Master Durandal. Speaking of which, are you planning to go near Rogue Square? Yes. That's great! There was a new trainee Valkyrie who was involved in an accident while carrying supplies near Rogue Square. She claims to have seen a ghost or something and ran all the way back. She left important supplies there and haven't been brought back. Those supplies are really important. Can you help them bring them back? Yes, no worries. Susanna, I'll do anything for you. You're an absolute queen. 10 out of 10 performance. Love you. A sack of potatoes. Nice. Nice sack of potatoes. Nice sack of taters. There's that thing. I believe it's on top of this. Another sack of potatoes. Nice, nice, nice. Then another sack of potatoes here. Probably a boss fight right now. Oh no, just talk to Susanna. Fair cop. I'm late. I'll just watch the VOD later. Ah, Zeke, you're not too late. Well, listen, it has been 2 hours, actually. 3 hours almost. It's been 3 hours?! Holy shit, there's a lot of dialogue in this fucking quest. Oh my god, there's a lot of fucking dialogue. This has been we've had like 5 fights and 3 hours of dialogue. Jesus. Alright, Susanna. Oh, she's honestly Attic Phantom. We'll jump into it. Something is off. Go to the roof and investigate. Okay, Susanna. Alright, Susanna. Alright, Susan. Susie. Go to the roof. I fell off the map. Nice. Straight up visual novels. I honestly, I did read the comments of people saying that these next 3 chapters are very much like 99% dialogue. But I was expecting a bit more combat. I was expecting predominantly dialogue, but a tad bit more combat. But I have now leveled and, how do I get down? I guess I can just jump down. I have now tempered my expectations and I'm expecting to read 5 books. So, oh. Help me, help me, help me, help me. Strange, I thought his voice calling for help. Standing in place, listening carefully. I don't hear it anymore. Maybe it was just the wind. Weird. Anyway, let's take the supplies back to Susanna. Ah, yes, the wind makes those noises, doesn't it? The help me sort of noises. Classic wind. Huge dialogues. I remember playing one of them for 6 hours straight. Well, to be quite frank, I don't know how far we're into this one, but it's been 3 hours so far. And I don't feel like we've done much. You're finally back. I was so worried. Why are you here by yourself? What about the person calling for help? I heard the calls for help, but I couldn't find him. You couldn't find him, but you could hear his voice. It couldn't really be a ghost, could it? What was he saying? Something about monsters. What kind of monster was he talking about? Could it be a Honkai beast? Yeah, I think I've seen a report related to that. About a man who was closely talking about monsters. Darn, I can't remember the specifics. Well, if you think about it, remember to tell me. Yes, of course, thanks for the help. Alright, talk to Susanna again. We'll do all of Susanna for now. That reminds me, do you like to read stories? I found that this is the story of my daily patrols. It looks like the old diary, but the second half is missing. It's not good to read someone else's story. This diary is 100 years old. It's really already a relic, so it's not really that bad, right? Besides, it's really important information aside. The owner of the diary was a little girl who had just learned how to write. Her father was a merchant who worked in another city. This diary was her gift to her. In the first part, there's nothing unusual. The girl seemed like a little of a mother. But then an entry mentions someone called Iron Brother. This Iron Brother showed up in her house every day and seemed to have a poor attitude towards everyone, but her mother said Iron Brother was sent by her father to make sure she behaved herself, and that's where the diary leaves off. That certainly makes me curious, me too. When I imagine that what might happen next, I lost my appetite. Because careful patrols. If you ever discover anything, remember to bring it back here so I can take a look. Alright, Susan. Fair cop. You'll have a boss fight in the end, though, on the level of Void Drift versus Senti and Herstra of Dominance versus Kiana. Honestly, I'm kind of expecting that kind of stuff in every chapter as the final fight of the arc. I'm kind of expecting that level of kind of boss fights. Is these like interactive time, real-time action strategy fights essentially, or active time fights rather. The Iron Brothers came out of their house again. They took the ring that Mother gave. They said the next time they would take their house too. Mom said it was because Dad wanted to take us to a bigger house, so we would give this one to the Iron Brothers. But I didn't see Dad. If we were going to the big house, will we get to see Dad then? Oh, so they're getting extorted. Okay, I hope the Iron Brothers don't take us to the big house as soon as they see Dad. Okay, so the family is literally getting extorted. Fair cop. I can't wait for chapter 28. Why not play a main story and play side story later? Oh, you know, take a bit of a break from both. You know what I mean? Take a bit of a break. Reading just super important text all the time is kind of draining is the right word. I'm hungry. Dad still hasn't come back. Mum says he will come back tomorrow. Mum is lying. She has something yesterday. Dad is not back. The Iron Brothers didn't come back either. They also tricked me. I want to go back to the old house. It's cold here and there's nothing to eat. Not an optimal situation. Find another diary. Because in the cutoff, it's probably quicker. I like this chapter because it's has more side quests and stuff to do, but too many reading. But it's okay though. I feel like, yeah, because this is also the first chapter in the arc. The first chapter is always the pre-information arc, isn't it? Or the pre-information chapter. So it's introducing all the concepts and all the styles and all the information. So it makes sense that this one's going to be like the or maybe not the most, but like a pretty heavy one in terms of dialogue. Hi, Kono-ken. Ride on. Ride on. Ride on. There you go, Osaka. Take that. Poor Sylvia, my poor daughter. I'm afraid your father died in Pressburg on the road to Vienna. Although our family's assets have been plundered, I have no way to treat your illness. I hope that Valkyrie, who carries the scepter, can cure you and maybe even give you something to eat. In these times, I'm afraid we have no choice but to rely on the power of the three houses. I love you, Sylvia. Oh, GG, Sylvia. R.I.P. Also, her, Valkyrie with a scepter? Who the fuck is that?
Yes, Captain.
Callan, bro. It's Callan Kaslana again. So did you find the second half of the diary? Not really. Well, you already found it. So it's like this. The woman holding the scepter must be Risa Shariak. Ah, Overseer's sister. Makes sense. Well, not really, but fair enough. She served for a while as leader of Shixel, and it was a disaster, especially after the fall of the Pressburg. She started to do a lot of terrifying human experiments. According to the records, she would go to the street corners herself and pick out children and to be used in her unspeakable research. Perhaps Sylvia was one of those children. Probably. Yeah, listen, Susanna, you actually just keep on giving me quests, so I'm just gonna go away. Sylvia, Susanna's got infinite quests for me, and I don't have infinite time to do her quests. I return to the Hyperion and talk to Tesla. Tesla, interact. Damn, this useless rotten core. Just smash the thing and be done with it. That time on October 14, 2017, for the third time, Dr. Tesla's shouts of frustration echo through the Hyperion. It all started over 20 minutes earlier. Oh. This may be a bold assumption, and definitely no one tell me if this is true. Is someone going to become the Herstra of Dominance, like kind of like use the Herstra of Dominance power, like controlled? Don't tell me. That's my speculation right now. I have a feeling like that's like it's leading to that. It'll be really cool though. Like, what would like a controlled Herstra of Dominance do? Just like you have different, you just use How the fuck would that even work? I don't even know. That's fucking sick. Maybe that's like the next Hersha. That's like the next Hersha. We've been through a lot, but it looks like the Hersha of Dominance incident has finally come to an end. We just need to take the final step, just to be sure. Let's give a little Honkai energy and test out whether the core is still alive. Theoretically, it's definitely alive. There's a 99.7% chance. Alive? Are you talking about the difference between Hersha cores born in our era and those from the Divine Key? You could say that, although I don't think you've realized what the fundamental difference is. By the way, Mophead, didn't you write an internal memo about this recently? Why don't you tell them about it while I prepare the experiment? But it was only a conjecture. At least there's no experimental evidence and it might raise more questions than it answers. So what? You should tell everyone. And the experiment we're about to do will definitely prove you right. And the people from Shixel happen to be here. Wouldn't it be nice to let them listen to someone besides Otto? Yeah, tell us more. With regards to the Hersha core, the Sovereign himself was the first Hersha, Hersha's anti-entropy. You must have some interesting perspectives. Okay, I'll get right to the point. I did some comparative research on Hersha cores from both eras, and the results suggest maybe it's not as simple as categorizing them as living or dead. We might be jumping to conclusions. Jumping to conclusions? Let me give you an example. In terms of appearance and behavior, ants and termites have a lot of similarities, right? But in terms of taxonomy, ants belong to the order of Hypenoptera, while termites belong to the Blatodia. Basically, ants are a specialized kind of wasp, while termites evolved from cockroaches. This is an example of convergent evolution in biology. Ants and termites were originally completely different, but through convergent evolution they became very similar. Just like the astral harness from the Sea of Quanta looks like a Valkyrie battlesuit at first glance. Hold on, in that case, you mean Hersha cores born in our era and Hersha cores from the Divine Keys are two inherently different things. That's exactly what I'm guessing. Okay, thank God it's a guess. Oh God, that's exactly what I'm guessing. The Hersha cores born in our era have a somewhat flexible relationship with imaginary space. Oh, I think I know where this is going. It's going along the lines of the Hersha cores generated in the previous era were naturally, let's say, lack for there of a better word, hostile, and thus were unable to be controlled by a human or a person, and thus had to be transformed into a weapon, whilst the Hersha cores in the current era are flexible and can be controlled by humans and or be turned into weapons, or maybe not so much weapons. Okay, at least that's my current theory on the word flexible being used. For example, under the right conditions, they can transform an ordinary person into a Hersha. There it is. The Hersha cores from the Divine Keys of the previous era are not capable of this. Nice! Indeed, they can only be used to adjust fixed power levels, and they have no way to develop new functions. Okay. Oh, it's Raiden. And a clear example of this difference was the incident involving the rebirth of the Hersha of Thunder. When Raiden Mei's own Hersha core formed within her body, the Gem of Conquest, which originally had this power, vanished. Yes. But the third Divine Key, owned by World Serpent, was unaffected by these events, similar to the situation with Kiana and Judgment of Shamash. Now that you mention it, I think World Serpent emphasized that only living Hersha cores were useful for their plan. Of course, this could be a special characteristic of the 4 Siren Stones, but one could also speculate... Oh god, oh shit, what is this visual? Okay. That the difference between cores born in our era and those from the previous era is much greater than we imagined and more fundamental. I did some calculations based on this supposition, and the results were surprising. The two types of being fundamentally different requires similar premises than the Siren Stones having special characteristics. The latter possibility requires presupposing a large number of parameters for the math to output the right answer. And for the former, the only thing we need to assume is that the imaginary singularity is not a real point and that it doesn't carry any dimensional information. Wow, brevity is the soul of wit. The imaginary singularity is the fundamental attribute of the Hersha cores. Yes, that's the beauty of this hypothesis. We know that imaginary singularity in a Hersha core refers to an impossible structure that can trigger all supernatural phenomena. And mathematics doesn't prohibit impossible structures from having structure. Following that reasoning, I discovered that Herrscher cores from the previous era correspond with dimensionless pure singularity, and Herrscher cores from our era correspond with one-dimensional strange loops. So the left one is the previous era, and the right one is the current era. Cool. In layman's terms, the structure of this loop allows the core to live and reactivate its elasticity. Can it be understood like this in everyday language? The Herrscher cores from the previous era are passive. Once they are removed from the Herrscher itself, they won't undergo any more changes. They seem to be dead per se. But Herrscher cores from this era are dynamic. Even removed from the Herrscher, they can still transform themselves. In that sense, they are alive. Right. If the Herrscher of Dominance core is alive, this guess will increase its confidence level. But on the other hand, we can only assume that at the lowest levels, the structure of our world. God. Oh God, bro! How complicated can you make it? I thought this is just a gacha game, dude. I thought this was just rolling on characters and looking at big boobs. Fuck. Don't jinx it. What happened, Dr. Tesla? See for yourself, I don't know how to explain the result of this experiment. How could this be? The Herrscher core is... I can't detect imaginary and singularity in it. Does this still count as a Herrscher core? No, Auto Apocalypse gave it to you, so it's probably fake. It's a counterfeit, dude. About 20 minutes later. It seems the research on the Herrscher core did not go smoothly. Yeah. All other physical indications suggest that this is a genuine core. It can attract Honkai energy and trigger changes to physical laws, but the strange thing is no matter how we do the experiment, we can't detect any imaginary singularity, just like those little cores from before. And we also know that the real Herrscher of Dominance minions are completely different from those puppets at the beginning. Based on its size and weight, we should be able to determine useful information about its singularity. Can I put in my 2 cents, even though it's just a thought I had? Go ahead, as you can see, Dr. Tesla is getting agitated. I'm thinking that this strange phenomenon might have to do with the Herrscher of Dominance controlling the theater of domination. I mean, the imaginary singularity should exist in all dimensions simultaneously, right? If the number of dimensions corresponding to the theater of dimension... let me restart. If the number of dimensions corresponding to the theater of domination is much higher than the number in reality, then detectable signals from the imaginary singularity would be many times weaker. In this case, even if we faced with a real Herrscher core, maybe we wouldn't be able to detect any signal. After all, our instruments do have limited sensitivities. This does make some sense, but if this is the case, the only way to verify would be to use... it can be done! Did you think of a different way? Yeah, let's go find Kiana and Bronya. We'll need to rely on those two for this. Fuck. Definitely goes for scientific route, bro. Too much scientific routes in this goddamn chapter. I want to see more... Bro, I'm with you there. Let's bring back Su Shang Booba. Bring her back. More dimensions equals weaker signal. Yeah. I didn't really understand that, to be quite frank with you. I just understood it as this. I understood it as currently signal weak. Are you using Herrscher powers to bombard the Herrscher core? Yes, at present, this is the only way to verify the state of the Herrscher of Dominance core. Is this a way to calm down Dr. Tesla? Bronya thinks any plan that solves that problem is a good plan. The purpose of this plan isn't limited to that. If we are able to quickly confirm the status of the Herrscher core, it will also help us to solve the problem with Otto. You know what I don't like? I don't know, maybe it's like a law reason, but like Bronya sits in the Herrscher of Reason mode a lot, whilst Kiana sits in this mode. Now, I don't know if there's like a taxing reason or like a law reason for that, but I think it should, I want to see her in the Herrscher of Flamesar mode in this like panel. I heard he made a clone of his past self and then killed it. What is he up to? Could he really be planning to resurrect someone from 500 years ago? Even the Herrscher of Death can't do that. I don't know. The annoying thing about Otto is that since we can't trust anything he says, we have to keep a close eye on everything he does. If we can establish the active status of the Herrscher core, it means Otto has been up to more tricks, and we need to get more information out of him. He claims that he and Madame Teresa will finish the succession ceremony tomorrow, but no one really knows what he's planning. Overseer may know a lot more than he thinks he does. Although I am technically his subordinate, and it may be strange for me to say this, but haven't you all wanted to see further than that man even once? Yes. Dr. Einstein told me that he had a good guess. If that guess can be verified with Hersher of Dominance core, then we'll just be closer than ever before to understanding the essence of Honkai, and we will have to have a deeper understanding than Otto. I think you got a bit overexcited. God, Fu, thank God Fu's on the screen. Holy shit. Cores emit a signal. The Hersher of Dominance cores in many dimensions at once, so signal weak. Ah, okay, gotcha. It's pretty taxing. Remain in Hersher form. She literally becomes too hot. Is constantly burning power. Oh, okay. I guess that's how it like plays into the whole thing of her being on low HP, right? That's interesting. That's actually very interesting. Or her losing HP rather. I just get passionate about things like this. Sorry. In any case, we need to keep our guard up against Grandpa, and I'm sure many questions will arise. Anyway, to reach the experimental target set by Dr. Einstein, we need to gather as much Honkai energy as possible and restrict it to the smallest possible space. In my capacity, I will do my best to provide Shixel's lab equipment for your use. It's just a pity that I won't be able to participate in the experiment itself. I thought you were the most enthusiastic about it. There's no choice. Overseer wants me to report to him before 4:30. What does he need you to do? Maybe it's to help prepare his journey, operating the second divine key or something. Anyway, it won't be anything too dangerous. You don't seem worried about the results of his experiment. Aren't the crew of the Hyperion and Valkyries in the Immortal Blades all expert problem solvers? If possible, we should take a preemptive measure so we're not taken off guard. I understand, I'll do what I can when I meet with Otto. Okay. We wouldn't ask you to do anything more than that. Let's hurry, prepare the experimental materials. The rest you can take for a break an hour. The whole town is pretty safe now. Everyone can take this opportunity to get some exercise and some fresh air. I need a fresh sip of water after this goddamn dialogue. Especially Kiana and Bronya. I recommend you two relieve some stress before the experiment begins. Direct your Hersher powers more precisely in experiment. Do you still remember the basics of Edge of Taishuan? Discard delusions, control your breathing, clear your mind, and thoughts and feelings. Right, so use this opportunity to relax and go for a walk. It's not good to stay on board all the time. Thanks for the advice. There is something that's bothering. I'll use this time to deal with it. Bronya will use time to exercise that and focus. Oh god, dying. Dying, dude, I'm dying. Everyone get some fresh air. Meeting adjourned. Oh god, it's so much. It's so many. It's like, I think if the dialogue wasn't so intense, the dialogue is so big-worded intense. It's like dimensional, constructional, invisible, materialistical, quantum factual. Like, it's so many big words. I'm just like strained from like trying to understand what it means in the context of the greater scheme. I guess what I'm saying is I'm confused sometimes. Ah. Yeah, she doesn't want to fry everyone? That's fair enough. I didn't know that's like, I didn't know it was lore-wise like that. I knew that gameplay-wise, Hersher of Flame Scion does like tick HP, and maybe that's because she's on fire all the time. Hey, what's up? Oh, it's Kiana and Bright Knight. But I didn't know it was lore-wise like that. Welcome back, Nevin, from watching chapter 25. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed it. I need to climb Super String Dimension soon. I haven't done Memorial. Good luck with that. I loved how this arc ended, but I didn't like the dialogue much in comparison to previous arcs. It's definitely a lot more convoluted, this arc, in terms of raw dialogue. Oh, hello. Bright Knight. Oh, are they gonna have a one-on-one? Oh, that would be sick. Flame Scion versus Bright Knight. Pfft, bring it on. This could be a rare opportunity. Should we continue the battle that was interrupted 5 months ago? This was the invitation from the golden-haired knight to the silver-haired girl. 5 months earlier, on the sands of North Africa, the two of them had sparred. The knight's gun kata and the girl's edge of Taishuan both revealed skills that exceeded the other's expectation. It was just that at that time, the girl wasn't sure she was on her way to becoming a hero, and the knight was bound by his mission. But despite this, in the few moments they had fought, they both had unmistakable feeling that the opponent they faced was the person in this world most similar to themselves. Einstein should only use layman's terms. True. The food quest. The food quest uses energy. Maybe, but that's another area of information. Oh god, dude, that's another reading. Alright, Durandal. Remember the Shixel Civil War we talked about today? The church ruins ahead date back to that period. The Holy Maid Castellana drew her last breath in this square. Yep, we learned that earlier. Oh yeah, Kiana didn't though. The Holy Maid Callan. My dad told me that she set an example for all Castellanas. Like you, she chose to betray Shixel. And you have always served Shixel. You even helped Otto with his spatial experiments. 5 months ago, I remember you asked me, why do you want to help Shixel? And in return, I asked you, if there were no Shixel, who would protect billions of people on this earth from Honkai? You also said, in this world, there are no absolute good and evil or right and wrong. There is only the mission. Of course, at this point, I understand that you had your reasons for saying that. But at the time, I really didn't understand. What exactly was your mission? Why did you have to obey Otto? I don't look down on you for that now, but if you're willing to tell me your reasons, I would be grateful. To make a probably flawed analogy, Overseer Otto is to me as Teresa Senpai is to you. It's undeniable that he made me who I am today. You also can't deny that his understanding of Honkai far surpasses all of us. Of course, I know your question wasn't getting at this aspect. I'll tell you the answer to that question, but we have to kill each other first. Now, how does that work? Now, how does that fucking work? I'll tell you the answer, but first I'm gonna have to beat you up. What? And you don't even get to use Flame Scion? Oh god, this game is so fucking cringe. Bro, they really don't want you to use Flame Scion in this story. Bright Knight Excelsius fucking stinks. Yo, Bianca, why are you so shit? What do you think? Fuhua told me about it. Amazing, you've really improved. It's really cool. Your ability to control Herster powers is so much better than 5 months ago. It's like night and day. But you need to be even more vigilant against Otto now. He's said many times, we need the Herster of the Void and her powers. Otto needs the powers of the Herster of the Void, you say? Yes, and this is definitely related to the answer I wanted to give you. After all, for my situation, the second divine key is necessary. The second divine? You mean the divine key created using the Herster of the Void core from the previous era? That's right. It can detect the fluctuations of the Sea of Quanta and peer into the structure of the imaginary tree. It helped me complete part of my mission. It helped to reattach the bubble universe that was anchored within my body to the imaginary tree. The bubble universe in your body? Assume that's the main reason you've always worked with Otto. That's a reasonable assumption. Just like everything you've faced on your journey, it's a long story. The story started from some seemingly tedious and dangerous fieldwork if I hadn't said I was interested before the mission. Maybe it was just that I was 12 years old at the time. 12 years old? I did hear you were the youngest Valkyrie ever to reach A rank and S rank, but 12 years? Maybe it's that I matured pretty early, but it doesn't matter, by today's standards, I wasn't a self-sufficient Valkyrie. Anyway, that day, Rita and I accepted a mission to explore the Sea of Quanta. I heard that your colleagues had once visited the deep at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. But our objective wasn't that perilous realm. Our objective wasn't that perilous realm within the eye of the deep. The place we went, despite being spatially distorted, had a long history and rich culture, just like our own world. Obviously, the Durandal VN. Is this aspiring you talk about in the last stream, then? Did I talk about this? Did I mention? I don't know. I think I'm in information overload right now and can't remember my anything to do with anything that isn't right now. I've been taking too much quantum physical information in the past hour and 3 hours and 13 minutes that I'm very much confused by my own identity. So I can't give you a valid answer on that question right now. I do apologize. The King's men who operated a submarine were there, as was the mechanical port of Alexandria and the Yucatan Federation, who loved to play ball. There was also the Inca Republic, which unified South America and saved the world almost single-handedly. The world originally drifted into the depths of the Sea of Quanta and faced extinction, and yet it joined together heroes from different eras and different worlds. The heroic and almost optimistic Captain Shakespeare, the wise and experienced Dr. Schrodinger, and the straightforward and determined Cervantes. I could keep going. It would take a long time for me to introduce all of them to you, but to me, the important part of the story is they chose me to guarantee their world's continued existence. It wasn't because I had that much ability when I was 12, it was because they didn't have any other choice. Using an ether anchor, they implemented their world into my body. That way, as long as I survived in my own world, their universe wouldn't be extinguished in the Sea of Quanta. So, ever since you were 12, you've carried the burden of this mission. Well, compared to your battle with the other Herstra of the Void, my experience has been easy. To me, the world within my body, it's like a hometown in the mountains. Although it's not as bustling as a big city, at the same time, only the few people that live there can sustain its past, present, and future. Over the past 5 years, I've been looking for a way to detach the bubble universe from my body, because that's the only way to free that world from its dependence on me. And it was a mission that only I could accomplish. But as for your question 5 months ago, everyone who grows up in Shixel has to complete a mission like this. Was there anyone else she could choose to rely on? I know from your perspective I was obviously on the wrong side, but to me Shixel plays an indispensable role. That's what I meant by what I said earlier. In this world there is no absolute good or evil or right and wrong. There is only the mission. But you also said that the second Divine Key had already helped you complete that part of the mission. Yes, a month ago, as luck would have it, I made it to the vicinity of the imaginary tree that gave me the ability to transfer to the bubble universe to other people, allowing others to carry on the mission. So you could say that I have a little more freedom now compared with before. 5 months ago I said to you that I longed for the title of Shixel's strongest S-rank Valkyrie and made it my goal. It might be a little strange to say this, but if our paths lead to a future of conflict and confrontation, I'll be really disappointed. I know how you feel. I once judged you as having potential, and just 5 months later, you're here proving your ability. Since resisting Honkai is our common objective, a day will come when our different paths lead to the same place. In my current capacity, although I can't promise you anything, I hope you see that our respective missions are much more closely aligned today than they were 5 months ago. But Overseer, inexplicable actions today make me a little more nervous than usual. If the second Divine Key doesn't meet his requirements, he might covet your abilities. Thanks for the warning, everyone on the Hyperion is on the lookout for me. Back to the fight, or no? Right, we only had one bar of her fight, what the hell? This kind of sparring but with Mei vs Kiana. Oh, I do remember talking about Mei versus Kiana in the future, yeah. I remember that part. Yeah, I remember mentioning how, like, it would be really cool in the future when Mei and Kiana are back together again or some shit. They have, like, a sparring match, and it's another animation, and how it's, like, it can be actually, like, a fun animation instead of, like, a depressing one, where they actually, like, are showing feats of strength and actually defeating each other, and it, like, goes over, like, a series of 3 or 4 fights, and one wins, then the other wins, and the other wins, and so on and so forth, to determine who's stronger, and then it ends up with a draw. I think that's a really cool idea. But who knows if that's in line with their story. It's getting late. Do you want to return to the Hyperion and then complete the Herstra collision experiment? Do you want to come? Sure, I'd love the honey coffee that Dr. Einstein brews. The golden-haired knight walked away with the silver-haired silver-haired warrior by her side. She still had not realized that the lives of her and her counterpart were dramatically intertwined. Rita is waiting for you on the Noble Walk. And let me reply to Rita with this one. Go fuck yourself, Rita. How's about I hit Rita with one of those ones? Go fuck yourself. Rita, story-wise, is not my favorite character. I don't know why. Honey coffee, that a thing? Yeah, probably. You can technically use anything as a sweetener, to be quite frank with you. Pretty much anything can be used as a sweetener. Sugar, coffee, you can't use coffee as a sweetener. Sugar, honey, it's like some sort of like weird thing, jam, if you want, jam coffee. It's a thing. It's weird. It's weird, but it's a thing. Where the fuck am I going? Hello? Rita is waiting for you at the Noble Walk. Who the fuck is the Noble Walk? Oh, is it that fucking bridge over there? Oh, you gotta be depressingly killing me in the face with the spatula, dude. Oh, Rita, you fucking... Of course it's Rita who makes me want to do this. Of course it's Rita asking me to go to the wrong direction. Fucking asshole. Alright, where the fuck? What the fuck, reader? I have to... Oh, okay. This game is depressing. This game is depressing. I haven't explored that much before. You can't. There's a portal besides the churches thing. Oh shit, really? Bro, yeah, well, there's in game. Oh, there is a portal. What the fuck? What is that? Why is there just a portal there? There's no marker to it. Jesus. Yeah, thanks, game. What? Why is it not marked in any way? Oh, whatever. Whatever. I'm not gonna hold it against it. The game's poopy anyway. Pull the lever to bridge. Oh, you can pull a bridge down. Makes sense. I will do that just after this fight. Oh, he's got 2 HP bars. Oh, this is depressingly long. Actually, not really. I think for Honkai standards, this is actually... I mean, honestly, I will admit, I have been watching a lot of Keebster's After Dark YouTube channel where he does Elysian Realm runs with the new characters, or with all the Elysian Realm characters on finality difficulty. Because I want to see, like, what the upper echelon of playing in this game looks like. That shit looks fucking insane. That shit that Keebster's doing in the finality runs, the way that he can discern like when a run is scuffed or something like that is really impressive, or like just really intense. Because like there was this one, he was like, I don't know what character he was playing, but he was doing a run and he got like 3 seconds into the stage. He had killed like or hit 2 enemies and he instantly said, yeah, no, I need to restart it. And I'm like, what'd you do? I was literally saying to myself, like, what did you mess up? I didn't see anything. And then he like some debuffs or whatever, and he redid it again. 2 seconds into the fight, he's hit 3 enemies. Oh, I'm gonna restart again. And I was like, bro, what? What are you restarting? And I'm just like, yeah, I guess this is the level of min-maxing you need to put into the game, which I really like. Yeah, I know. It's really interesting to see it because he's talking about a lot of that stuff very casually, but to me in Genshin, not a lot of people talk about the min-maxing side of Genshin as casually as it is talked about in Honkai. Bro. This is a long-ass fight, dude. There we go. Jesus Christ. What a fight. I'm not that... he does go to frame by frame thingy. There's a trick to it. If you pause, the entire damage will register or something. Yeah, I've heard that there's pausing. The depressing amount of time defeating... Yeah, honestly, it is a depressing amount of time that it takes to defeat some bosses in Honkai. I think it's sometimes fine. Sometimes fine. I feel like on that boss that I was at least fighting, there is a counter mechanic. It's called Be Good. Just know what you're doing, forehead. That's the counter strategy. Be good, forehead. I mean, even for your standard of for Spiral Abyss run is easy currently. Oh, well, for your standard, the Spiral Abyss run is easy currently. Yeah, I would agree. The Spiral Abyss actually doesn't take... Okay, so let me talk about the Spiral Abyss in just one of two words. People have completed Spiral Abyss floor 12 stages with one character. I don't think I've ever seen... Personally, I haven't even looked at that much content for Honkai, but I don't think you can do that in Honkai, right? You can't just go into a stage or a Spiral Abyss run, or sorry, an Abyss run in Honkai with one character and expect winning, right? Whilst in Genshin, you can do that. So there's a clear difficulty difference between the two, which is definitely not good. The fact that you can just chuck a Arataki Ito in Spiral Abyss and win. You need to pick the Quantum Bell and dodge at the right moment to drop his Quantum Shield. Ah, yeah, I know about the Quantum Shield, but I'm just not really good at it, to be quite frank with you. I'm a frantic dodger. I'm a very frantic dodger. If you see me play, like a Souls game, you will know, or if you ever see me play it, especially Elden Ring, I'm a frantic dodger person. I get scared. I get very frightened about anything. Because we have to complete with other, so there is no point in doing that. Exactly as well here. That's a pretty good way to also put it, is because you're also competing with other people, you don't want to do a one character run, right? You don't want to do it because there's more benefits to doing it with more. Whilst in Genshin, I feel like that in itself, doing it with one character is a flex of saying, hey, I either got lucky or put in a lot of money. Which is, you know, I'm not going to say that's a bad thing. People can do whatever they want, but it definitely is a difference in game design philosophy. And there we go. That boss is horrible on Abyss and Memorial Arena. Oh, to be quite frank, for me, any of the Quantum enemies are hard. I don't like fighting them. Mainly because I just suck at it. That's really the only reason. I suck at fighting all the Quantum enemies. You are timed and he can hit two hit kill you. There you go. That sounds terrible. Me using Curse of Ascendance, not dodging, just spamming combos. Yeah, that's currently me too. I'm just spamming buttons. There's probably an optimal way to play Herstra of Reason. I'm not gonna do it though. At least not yet. Oh shit, the button's over here. We need to press go over here. Switch this to... Oh, we already have slow time. But we don't have enough energy. Oh god, please have an... There it is. Energy pylon. Collect that. Go. Go here. Trigger the time fracture. Quickly rush over. And open that bad boy. Boom! Bing bang bong. Alright, Rita, hello. How do I open this one? Oh, I need another bit of energy. Alright, let me get some more energy really quickly because there's another time fracture chest. There it is. I saw your Biomutant playlist. Have you finished the game? Yeah. Yeah. That's the full playthrough playlist. Oh, wait. To be quite frank with you, the Biomutant playlist may not be completed. I have finished the game, but the playlist itself might not include the ending. I think it does, but I'm not too sure because I was playing Biomutant back when I was still playing on, when I was still streaming on Twitch. So it was kind of like a downloaded from Twitch, uploaded to YouTube kind of thing. And I probably like might have forgotten the last few episodes or parts. What a terrible game Biomutant was, wasn't it? The Lance hold button combo for Senti is a physical debuff. Impair. I have watched a Keepster's small bit of guide on Hersha. I tried to do final score in Elysian Realm and it takes me 5 minutes per round and I quit by the 3rd round. Finality does look tough. Unless you're rocking like the best, like the character and their best in slot stuff. It does look tough. You will learn the hard way. You did have a fully geared Aponia. Yeah, I do. I think my first finality clear will actually be pretty easy because of that. Like, no, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be easy, but I think my first finality in Elysian Realm will be pretty easy because I have a fully decked out Aponia. And just because of that, I think I'll be able to do finality within a reasonable amount of time. I should be able to even do it now, but I think I just need to get, like, unlock the other signets. Seeing the bonus reward countdown in ER go away hurts me. Honestly, same. What makes you transfer from YouTube to Twitch? It's just easier for VODs. That's what it was, guys. It's literally VODs. Like, having just me able to stream, and then once I end stream, the VOD is there for anyone who wants to watch it, or even if I want to get some clips from it myself. That's why. On Twitch, and doing both Twitch and YouTube, you have to use 2 different platforms to then cohesively make your content. Whilst on YouTube, you're just doing it all on one platform. And it's just a lot less stress on me. That's why. And also, Twitch is kind of dumb, you know what I mean? Big dum-dums. Let's continue with the story. Umbral Rose wishes to spar with the Silver Wolf of the Urals. Just earlier, a cursive handwritten note with the message had laid in Bronya's pocket. After considering briefly, she decided that as a retired assassin, she would accept the invitation. Hello, Miss Bronya. Oh. First of all, let's just say both these characters look fire. Both these characters look fire. Bam. Look at that. Look at that. As a Twitch account, huge? Absolutely not. No. I switched to YouTube very early. Like, I don't think I was like in the partner thingy. I didn't even have like the first like rating or thingy in Twitch. I switched from Twitch very quickly. I just wasn't enjoying it. There's no need to be so nervous. I have no ill intent towards Miss Bronya. Of course, I know what I did in the church made everyone an easy. As far as assassinations go, that was a clean hit, cold, precise, and merciless. I'm sorry for the unhappiness I caused, but business is business, and I'm sure the legendary Silver Wolf of the Urals can understand. Maybe there was a time when I would have understood, but now I think when it comes to the matters of right and wrong, business is no excuse. That's very true, Miss Bronya. Everyone should have their own standards for such things. Relying too much on external rules is a display of immaturity. What is that you want to say? Nothing. It's just that you and Miss Kiana are about to participate in an experiment on the Hersha core, so Durandal asked me to come and see if I could help with anything. Of course, if that is unacceptable to Miss Bronya, I will excuse myself. Bronya won't be walking along and suddenly be sliced by your blade, right? Miss Bronya has such a good sense of humor. Even though the Silver Wolf of the Urals was only an assassin briefly before disappearing, I don't dare to overstep against a mercenary who reached the top of Charon's list in record time. Besides, Durandal told me many times not to cause trouble with the crew of Hyperion, so naturally I won't do anything improper. Alright, Rita, what do you recommend I practice? Combat warm-up, of course. Please come this way, Miss Bronya. Oh shit. We're about to have a combat sequence. Bronya, Bronya or Rita? Fuck, what a choice, right? Kui, I'm gonna answer that as honestly and sincerely as possible. Bronya. Because we know what the future holds for Bronya. We know what Bronya is in the future. And because of that, I say Bronya. Rita Schmieder, that's my saying. Bronya. I want to see Rita, Durandal, and Teresa and Afro. Don't we all? Don't we all, dude? Oh, bro, seeing Teresa. Imagine if Teresa actually gets the same glow up that Bronya got. That would actually be so cracked. Like, Afro 3 could become my favorite portion of this game. If Bronya gets the... Oh, not Bronya, sorry. If Teresa gets the same glow up as Bronya, with there's just, like, looking, like, substantially different. I would love that. Absolutely. Slow claps! Worthy of the name Silver Wolf of the Urals. Your moves are efficient and your mind is sharp. Rita has learned a lot from you. But can I give a small pointer to this next generation mercenary? No, tell me. Miss Bronya's moves are effective, but could be just a bit more graceful. The most important thing on the battlefield is to incapacitate the target. Trying to do anything else can affect the success of the mission. Very true, Miss Bronya, but maybe adding some flair would be helpful for your future missions. You mean getting more potential employers to notice your work? That's certainly one of the benefits, but what I meant was that art can establish a level of trust with people that goes beyond the ordinary. But seeing is believing. I will demonstrate if that's alright with Miss Bronya. Fucking Rita, dude. Big booba territory. Zeke, I'm not going to say you read my mind, but you may have read my mind. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. But you may have read my mind. That's all I'm saying. And that's it. What do you think? I would welcome any suggestions. Why did you help Otto, Rita? I'm a Shixel S-rank Valkyrie, and Otto has always been the Shixel Overseer. But I know that's not the answer you wanted. Durandal and I aren't so bad. It's just that when faced with certain choices, we decided based on our own interests. And some of our choices hurt you guys, but at that moment we had to rely on our own imperfect knowledge. Well, let me ask in a different way. Do you consider Durandal to be your colleague or your superior? I consider her a friend about whom I care deeply. What about Otto? He's the overseer of Shixel, who still hasn't technically left office. Obeying his orders is my duty as a Valkyrie. If Durandal decided to leave like Otto, what would you do? Rita laughed gracefully. Forgive me, Miss Bronya, it's not easy to answer that question, given my current situation. But please understand this, you and I might be more similar than you think. What do you mean? I mean, we each have someone within our circle of friends who's very cute but sometimes causes us to worry. Rita winked mischievously. At first glance, Master Durandal is a serious person who doesn't spare people's feelings. She seems rather unapproachable. Yet in certain situations, she's like an awkward young girl. To return to your question, Ms. Bronya, if she left, I believe we would each decide what to do based on our own judgment. I think I understand what you're getting at. I don't, but I think she does. That's great then. Although our past is full of friction and unhappiness, I hope that once Teresa takes over as overseer, everyone will get along with each other. This will take some time for both sides, but I hope so too. Then why not start our friendship by dealing with a Honkai beast together? Ah! What a reunion and what a reconciliation. Beating a Honkai beast together. Ah! Glorious. I'll do my best. Wow. A new friendship is born. And of course it has to be this guy who has a lot of HP. Delta is Captainverse event, right? Rita is like, duh, Otto is my boss. Trash. Rita did kind of say that, didn't she? She's like, yeah, Otto is my boss. I kind of have to listen to him, don't I? 50,000 years of being a wall of China. I'd like to see Melon Fuhua. Honestly, same, dude. Honestly, good idea. Melon Big Booba Fuhua. It rhymes, so it must be true. It must exist somewhere, doesn't it? It must exist. The prophecies foretold that it does exist. Kurikara. The Kurikara. Ride on. Ride on. Ride on. Ride on. Oh. Oh, that's what her attacks turn into. I never understood how Herstra of Reason's, like, ultimate, like, bike mode worked. That's how it works. So you passively shoot, and then once you have 2 bars, you can execute spinning. Oh. My god. Of course. That makes sense. I should have just stopped pressing the button for a few seconds, right? Did you know about the Honkai collab in GGZ? Senti has huge Biba as a collab character. So where can I download GGZ by chance? Is there like a download link or something like that on a website? You know, is there an official GGZ website where I can download it and just play it this instantly? When's the featured banner for Senti in GGZ happening so I can get the character? Huh? It's just me if Fuha has melons, she's not Fuha anymore. That's very philosophical of you, Kaz. I appreciate that. Wow, really impressive, Miss Bronya. You weren't bad yourself, Shixel S-Rank Valkyrie. Thanks, Miss Bronya. I hope this training will be helpful in upcoming experiment. I feel like I'm all warmed up. Well then, I think it's time for me to bid you farewell. I hope the experiment goes smoothly. Master Durandal and I will be rooting for you. At this point, Rita bowed slightly and turned to leave. Hey, Rita. What is it, Bronya? About what you told me today. Bronya just wants to remind you of one thing. Please tell me. Since you believe your comrades wouldn't make a decision that disappoints you, I assume you wouldn't make a decision that oh my god. I assume you wouldn't make a decision that disappoints your comrades. Of course not. Why is it in black text? Why is it in black text? Of course not, Miss Bronya. Rita will keep this in mind. After the mysterious Valkyrie politely took her leave, Bronya found another note in her pocket. Umbral Rose will fight hard in her final battle and let... Oh. Oh. Umbral Rose and won't leave you down. That was the mercenary who had not yet retired said. Oh my god. Umbral Rose Rita, dude? Oh my god. Fair enough. Where am I going now? Oh, everyone's on the bridge. This next sequence will probably be the last shit we do because we've got 15 minutes to the end of stream and we got a lot of dialogue to get through probably. After an hour of urgent preparations, the platform for the Herstra collision experiment has been set up on the bridge in Kolosten. Under a dark overcast sky, the Herstra of Flame Scion and the third Herstra of Reason had each taken their positions. Kiana, Bronya, try to focus your Honkai energy in a straight line so that it collides with the other beam. This experiment will be a new challenge for you too, so please make sure to comply with the instructions at each step. Yes, Sovereign. There she is! Nice. There she is. Senti is technically a newborn. She doesn't need melons yet. I guess you are right. Bro, look at this frame, dude. This frame is kind of pog. This frame is actually mega power, mega juice. Nice. No problem, Mr. Welt. Then I will direct Bronya Fu. Would you mind doing the same thing for Kiana? Will do, boss. Kiana, use Edge of Time Shrine to control your power. Start with the tiniest amount of Honkai energy and gradually increase it. Let the Honkai energy flow out slowly like drops of water, gradually forming a small stream. Control the direction of the flow such that you, Bronya, and the experimental core form a straight line. Now, together with Bronya, let more Honkai energy flow out and gradually increase your output. Okay, now! Let's do this! Meow! Herstra Core liberated? Is that like a line, dude? A line? The two equally powerful beams of Honkai energy came in contact with the Herstra of Dominance core, creating an almost perfect collision with no energy leaking. The Herstra of Dominance core, which had not reacted in any previous experiment, began to give off a subtle yet distinct glow. Anti-Entropy's recording equipment recording equipment recorded every energy fluctuation throughout the process. Now, all that was needed was to wait for the results of the data analysis. Oh, that's it? Okay, I thought there would be an animation of them like brrrr, but no, it's just a frame. Fair enough. Oh, Durandal, hello. Congratulations on your experiment success, Kiana. Oh, what a frame! Another pog frame, dude. Sounds like something Power Rangers yell. It does, doesn't it? Oh, what a frame. I love the look of the Herrscher flame sign. I really love the look of it. It's very flowy. Very flowy. Very nice and swoosh. Very nice and swooshy. Thanks, this was brute force method is also something new for us. It was lucky that we had success on our first try. Yes, Bronya hopes that this experiment and experimental results will be useful for everyone in the future. But even if it's not, exploration has value in of itself. When it comes to resisting Herschers, the experience Shixel has accumulated. In my opinion, the ability to observe Herschers in slow motion like this gives us insights for coordinated combat. You mean, you want to fight together with us in the future? Oh, Bright Knight Excelsius wants to fight with Herrscher Flame Sign, dude. Oh my god. Of course, I've been looking forward to it. Before the Immortal Blades fought alongside the Herrscher of Thunder, but due to the lack of understanding between us, the results were not ideal. Mei Senpai! She's probably talking about the incident at Coral Island. To be honest, we wrote a 30,000 word incident report at the time. Even Overseer thought Durandal might be overanalyzing. What is it? A message from the Overseer. I'll take it on the public channel. Auto Apocalypso. Good afternoon, my friends in Hyperion. Good afternoon. Valkyries, did research in the Herrscher Core go smoothly by chance? But didn't you say there was no reason to contact us anymore? Wow, don't be so cold, Teresa. Are you still mad at me for killing that clone? You all have obviously forgiven Rita, but you still hold it against me. Anyway, I currently do not have anything I need to discuss with those on Hyperion, but I do have a mission for Shixel's S-rank Valkyries. Does it have to do with that journey you mentioned before? Sharp as always, Durandal. That's right, I've already made all the necessary preparations. I just need a little help from you and Rita. Alright, other members of Immortal Blades, you can stay there and continue to assist my granddaughter. She will be taking over the Shixel Overseer position shortly. After all, it'll be great if everyone gets familiar with the work ahead of time. How to put this? For the vast majority of you, this will be the last time you'll hear from me. I'll be hitting the road soon. Is Mr. Word also on the line? I'm really sorry I didn't let you guys enjoy Thanksgiving that year in New York. All these years, I've wanted to apologize to you. I've even wanted to kneel down at the monument and weep to express my regret. But after all these years, I'm guessing you don't want me to, you don't want me to do anything pretentious like that. This is what you wanted to say to me before you hit the road? What else should I say? To give another example, do you think K423 also wants me to apologize? Since you are all so flawless and heroic, I didn't think you would be so petty. Overseer, let's not discuss whether there's a problem with that. Oh my god. Durandal comes in. Let's not discuss matters that aren't important right now, Overseer. Get to your mission. Herrscher of the Void? No, Herrscher of the Flame Sound. She has a name. And it isn't K242359er. It's Kiana Castellana. Okay, Kiana Castellana. He wants to say Callan, doesn't he? But he says Kiana Castellana. That's fine. After all, the real owner of that name became like that 10 years ago. Teresa, it seems like you want to say something. Oh, grandfather, what are you doing? Relax, Teresa. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. Your grandfather has done a lot of things that don't make sense. He knows this very well. You might find that some shocking things will happen soon. Well, they happen, or rather, when they happen, you'll probably think your grandfather is not someone worth remembering. Just remember that the positives and negatives are both important. What do you mean? What will your journey bring about? You'll know soon enough, so I don't need to explain here, but don't worry, those events will not pose any threat to you. Durandal Rita, come to the Morning Glow Overlook and on Castellana Street and give me the need. I need you to take one final shift. The rest of you, I bid you farewell. The blonde-haired Overseer promptly cut the communication, leaving everyone speechless. That despicable old fool, can't he talk like a normal person? If Moped hadn't covered my mouth, I would have given a piece of my mind. Tesla, he used those excuses to provoke us, but if he is really going to walk away like this, why would he want to provoke us? So you're saying that he might still have some plans for us? That would explain that disgraceful speech of his today. But what does he gain by provoking us, and even provoking those around him? How does it help him achieve his goals? And the goals that he claims to have also raise some doubts. If he really wants to go to a parallel universe to search for another Callan, then one would assume, forgive me for this, Madam Teresa, that he would be satisfied by successfully cloning Callan. Well, I guess that didn't really fucking work, did it now? He successfully cloned Amber. Amber stinks. And he wouldn't even need to leave this world. So I keep in mind that Nagamitsu said that free will is unchanging and there is only one choice that was made. It seems she was suggesting a contradiction. If Nagamitsu was still here, we would ask of her opinion. After all, she's participated in a lot of spatial experiments for Shixel. She believed that Overseer would use the second divine key to leave this world. She also thought that just as Otto said, it wouldn't impact us in any way. But he's the Overseer. Maybe technical staff believe he doesn't lie, but I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Maybe we can learn something from the awakening of the Herrscher of the Void. So are you guys really going to obey his orders and go report to him? Oh shit. Here it comes. You need me to slap Otto hard? I promise you guys, chat, people of the world, I promise you, if I had the physical embodiment of Otto right here, there would be a lot of slapping. There would just be a lot of hitting, to be quite frank with you. If I had the physical face of him, I promise you, this is the one thing I can promise, is that there would be a lot of violent attacks on that man. That is all I can, say. Which cheek? Every cheek. All cheeks covered. So you gotta really go obey his orders and report to him. We'll just have to see what happens. Maybe it's a trap. But if we don't go for ourselves, we may be susceptible to hidden threats. Everyone calm down. Overseer doesn't represent the entire Shixel organization anymore. From the moment he announced his resignation, Madame Teresa's position also needs to be taken into consideration. At least I can guarantee that the Immortal Blades won't regard you as enemies again. But you guys need to be careful as well. As soon as Otto discovers that he can't manipulate anymore, he may do something cruel. You're talking about Reina, right? Or Rihanna, sorry. You know that name? Yes, I have a friend who told me her story. I knew she once wielded Abyss Flower, and I know the basics of her relationship with Anti-Entropy. Rihanna is a good person. When she and I worked together, it reminded me of the relationship between you and Rita. It was just that at that time I didn't make friends easily, so I didn't get to know her well. That well. She's a warrior and a true Valkyrie. If you knew her, you should have known what kind of degenerate. It actually does say the word degenerate. You should know what kind of degenerate the Overseer is. Overseer really went too far against Anti-Entropy. It was one of the Shixel's darkest moments. However you look at it, those events in the past don't have much relevance to our situation now. Durand or Rita, if you think going to meet up with your grandfather is the right choice, the Hyperion crew won't stop you. But you must be careful. We'll be extremely cautious. It is the crafty Otto Apocalypso, so everyone needs to be on guard and plan for the worst. High alert. You can do it. You're Shixel's strongest Valkyries. Thank you. I also believe in you, Herrscher of Flame Scion. Fair enough. Then would go even for the butt cheeks? Yes. Yes, I would. All cheeks. I would cover all bases. Yes, I would slap his cheeks. That is a promise I can make. I would slap the hell out of Otto's cheeks. Alright. Go to the Morning Glow Overlook. Roger that. I like the way Mei runs with the whole, massive lunge of steps, essentially. I really like that. I like Mei. I like Mei as a character, too. Not really. Go to the Morning Glow Overlook. This is a long-ass run, dude. This is a long-ass run. Of course there's fucking enemies here. Why wouldn't there be? Alright. Bring it on. Kurikara, go. Kurikara, I summon you. I'm not really that good at using any of these goddamn characters. Switchy engine on. Oh. Hello there. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Is this where Fu comes in? No, surely not. Surely not. Oh no, Excel's going. Miss Lee, you're here too. Why not just call me by my name? It makes me nervous when you're overly polite like that. Li Sushang sized up to Rundle and Rita's rather serious expressions. She realized that their understanding of the Raksha's plans was a bit lacking. So Overseer really didn't tell you about it. No wonder he wanted me to stay away from you and the crew of Hyperion. It seems he wanted to keep it a secret from us until the final moment. It seems that things have gotten a little more complicated than I imagined. All the S-rank Valkyries are gathered here now. Just yesterday he talked to me about all kinds of strange things, like the imaginary tree, high dimensional space, and directional fractures. Seems like his plan is also related to time. He probably made the bizarre events in the town possible himself. Did he tell you why he did all those things? I kind of knew it from the beginning, or you can say I felt it 500 years ago. Shixel once had a Valkyrie worshipped as the Holy Maid, right? Kallan Kaslana, the Overseer's childhood sweetheart. Li Sushang paused for a few seconds. How can I put it? The way he missed her made even me feel lonesome. Long ago in the desert, he'd sit there day and night alone. You should know how it feels. So you think he's being serious? He's setting up everything here to bring Kallan Kaslana back to life. Isn't the way he expresses himself that makes you feel he's insincere? He's been dead serious about it all along. And the reason why he woke me up from the deep slumber was exactly that. His plan had entered the final phase. Miss Lee, are you saying that the fact the Overseer awakened you indicates he has found a reliable way to revive the Holy Maid who died 500 years ago? Honestly, why the hell is she? She's not playable, right? Why isn't she playable? She looks like detailed enough to be a playable character, right? Right? Like, surely she's playable eventually. She looks detailed as fuck. Looks good design. Nice existence, I guess. I don't know what to call it. Nice looks. That's what he promised me. Promise. You know I was badly wounded in the event 500 years ago, and my wounds were almost impossible to heal back then. The Overseer put me in sleep so that he could have more time to figure out how to heal me. Putting everything he did aside, he saved my life, and that's a fact. Before I went to sleep, when he asked me when I wished to be woken up, out of curiosity, I didn't say when humanity had contacted Honkai. Instead, I chose when he had fulfilled his wish. Back then, I did wish to see his dream come true with my own eyes. Which is to say, the Overseer is very confident now about realizing his lifelong dream. Just to be absolutely sure, Rita changed her wording and asked the question again. I guess, and people probably would get hurt for it, just like what happened with the Hersher of the Void. Are you going to stop him? Nope. Sorry, but I can't break my promise to him. Besides, he has kept his word. He could have left me alone and kept me asleep forever. But then again, if you wish to stop him, I won't stand in your way either. That's not my business. Are you saying you will stay neutral no matter what happens later? Not necessarily. I'd fight for him once, but just once. And after that, we're even. But you'd still be a Shixel Valkyrie, Miss Lee. You're right. By that time, I'd help you clean up the mess left by him if I can. He surely will leave a big mess behind, won't he? After the experiment on the Hersher of the Void, it took us 3 months to deal with the minor Honkai events across the globe. Her awakening was inevitable, but we're also clear that everything started with the We're also clear that everything started with the Overseer's plan and the fact that he needed her power. You don't want the same thing to happen to her again, right? Of course, the mission of Shixel is to wipe out Honkai, and none of us have forgotten that. Perhaps we need to study Honkai before we can destroy it, but we're not Shixel, not Anti-Entropy or World Serpent. We can never turn a blind eye to the cost of the so-called progress. I believe you're sincere, but not using as pretty not using this as a pretty excuse. I believe from your perspective this is all proof that you are, but every individual has a free soul, and for others their proof might be drastically different. Fuck, this all feels a useless talk, to be quite frank with you. I've only known this for a few months, but it's long enough for me to learn you both are alike and different. Perhaps this is exactly the difference in ideas that created such a diverse, cruel, and yet beautiful world. Anyway, I'm in no position to stand in your way, but you should expect my resolve to be swayed. Or you shouldn't expect my resolve to be swayed either. As long as this resolve brings competition and trial instead of hatred and destruction, it wouldn't be so bad, right? I guess men are born to be different, and we can't ask everyone to think and act the same. Besides, there isn't a single standard for judging what's right and wrong. So you believe it's best for everyone to stick to their values? My master used to say that. If everyone has the same, why would we need to learn martial arts? The world moves around through clashes and collisions among individuals, and in return it shapes us into who we are. Those who do not adhere to the principles and are unworthy in a master's eyes but she seems to be an exception herself. No adherence is her adherence. Anyway, if you wish to get to the bottom of the OC's plans, you won't stop me. Okay. No, I won't. Even though I do wish to see his dream come true 500 years ago. But there's no reason for me to get between you two. Fuck, they've said that like 4 times now. Jesus Christ. Good design. We are praying for her to be playable since we met her the first time in Fuhua's chapter. Ah, she's in Fuhua's chapter? I bet. Sushang's stroking her hair looks so cute. I must have missed it. Trying to understand this fucking dialogue. If you made up your mind, you should be prepared. After all, no matter what his plan entails, it represents the sum of all of his obsessions over the past 500 years. I know. Alright, that's everything I have to say. Let's go find him. We don't have those ranges as for us for now. Fuck. Jesus Christ. I felt like a bit of that was unnecessary. They were just talking about ideals. Cool, I don't care. Fuck. Let's see, let me try to... I had a question in my mind just then. I had a question in my mind just then for a second. I don't know what my question was now. Regardless. Auto Apocalypse, what's up, dude? Greetings, my dear S-rank Valkyries. Oh no, silent. Alright, maybe you're indeed speechless to my hologram. But in case something I did recently rattled you, permit me then to apologize. After all, as someone who's about to leave this world, I may appear overly dramatic. Sorry, my Valkyries, please forgive my last... Where the hell did I see laced? My last mischief. So you're indeed headed to another world. Please allow me to ask, what's the price? Oh, the price. Yes, everything comes with a price, but I'd like to correct a small error first. I'm leaving this world, but strictly speaking, I'm not going to another. My destination is the other side of the world, where different worlds border and where time can be redefined. Can you speak common language? I have no idea what you intend to do at the last time you told me. Alright, an analogy, perhaps. Say we're walking on a beach. We leave a trail of footprints which remind us of where we came and how far we've covered. But, compared to the footprints on the beach, there are other things less distinguishable. Imagine a garden with many trails. Every trail branches out into new and smaller trails. When you turn back, you see all your footprints wiped out. Sorry? Wait, no, history. Sorry, the beach analogy made sense. The garden analogy makes no sense. We walking over a beach, we leave trails of footprints to remind where we've covered. Compared to the footprints on the beach, there are other things less distinguishable. Imagine a garden with many trails. Every trail branches out into new and smaller trails. When you turn back, you see all your footprints wiped out. We're in a garden, there's no footprints to begin with. We're in a garden, there's no footprints. Clearly, your trail's not going to be there. You can't find it. That's how that, unless it's a sandy garden, which is then again, it's not a garden, it's sand. Now that we've envisioned such a garden, we can allow it to represent something more abstract. Time. In the Garden of Time, branched out trails lead to infinite futures, and when we consider all the trails collectively, we'd realize it's a tree that grows and expands forever, its roots and crown. The tree doesn't exist in any dimension. We can get in touch directly, hence we call it the imaginary tree. Yeah, fair enough. It's fair enough. That's the point, I think. It's a shit point, let me tell you that. It's a shit point. I'm trying to find one second. Like, okay, so you have paths, many paths, but you don't know where you came from. He's just saying that there's no way back. More reason to slap him is dumb. Actually true. Makes sense. The pioneers once told me there were numerous parallel universes on the tree from which numerous me can be observed. Indeed, but the tree functions in a way far more complicated than parallel universes. Remember what I said, time branches out on the imaginary tree. If we put this fact in perspective, we'd realize if we can somehow find a way to move freely on the tree, we can make time flow backwards. But in reality, we've never heard time can be made to flow backwards. Sure, because it is difficult. You've heard the competition between the imaginary tree and the Sea of Quanta, right? Their competition defines the direction of time flow, which is the fundamental difference between time and other dimensions. If time cannot be turned back, how can you make it flow the other way around? I can't. No one can. But from another angle, time is but the direction of growth for the imaginary tree, nothing more. So if we can manipulate the tree itself, it won't be hard to choose the location where the world grows. What do you mean? Instead of controlling time, you want to control the world? He could have just said that. He could have just said that, right? He could have just said, I don't want to control time, I want to control everything. I would have understood there. Thanks. The reason why we can sense the flow of time is that our growth is in accordance with that of the imaginary tree. On the other hand, if we somehow manage to turn back the growth point of the imaginary tree to 500 years ago, this way, the world from 500 years ago can give up our present moment and the future that has turned history, and begin to evolve again based on its own time. Give up, evolve again, then what will happen to our world? Nothing! Speaking from the result, the effect is mutual. You will still exist and your environment will remain the same. That contradicts my common sense. Of course there's a price to pay, but that doesn't concern you in any way. There is a fundamental reason why Otto is not likable. There is a fundamental reason why he's just not a likable human being. Hey, there's a price, but it doesn't affect you. It's like, shut the fuck up. Alright, so much about explanation. And now I require all of you to perform some simple duties. Duty, he said duty. I need you to guard the area between Morning Glow Overlook and Danny Trail, keeping everyone out, including Terry Chicken. Why? I need to do something very delicate to the imaginary tree. You know how easily I am misunderstood, so I don't want any disturbance while I'm at it. Desuga! Li Sushang, you will cover the Morning Glow Overlook and the Shariak Bridge. Rita Rossweiss, you will cover the Holy Maiden Square, the Alps Street, and the Danny Trail. I'd help you if necessary. Durandal, you'll stay mobile and get ready for any uncertainty. You're now dismissed. The former Shixel Overseer cut off the communication curtly, regardless of Durandal's questions. On the one hand, he did need more time to finish the crucial step in his plan. On the other hand, he was also waiting for an opportunity, one that would minimize the cost of his plan. And that remained elusive to the Shixel S-rank Valkyries, yet it was best they were kept in the dark. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough, dude. You've been for 4 hours, hope you thought it was right. Oh, I thought it's fine. It's fine because I'm not trying to do any voices. If I was doing Conan Doyle's like voices, like trying to emulate how the character would sound, let's say lore-wise, then my voice would be like fuck. But it's just general speaking, so I'm good. I can post a text wall after the VOD is out in the comments to talk about this. Oh, if you Wind Valley, do not stress if you don't want to do that, man. If you do want to, by all means go ahead. But I'm not gonna ask you to do that because that sounds like quite the hassle to do a text of wall regurgitating the lore. Because essentially, I've gotten the general gist of it. It's just like the complicated parts are very obscure. But yeah, I don't want to impose a difficult task. Ven is mad at Otto. Of course I am. The guy's a prick. The guy's a prick. Of course I'm mad at Otto. He's the biggest asshat. He's literally the biggest ass. Like, it's just a fucking asshole, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. I have nothing else. I have nothing else to say about him. He's just an asshole. It took about an hour before the data from the Herscher collision experiment was roughly processed. The imaginary singularity of the Herscher of Dominance has done a ring-shaped structure, a very small one though. Nagamitsu predicted that due to the Herscher of the Theater of Domination, this singularity might have leaked to extra dimensions. Given the leakage, the data still doesn't add up. Moped, check the figures yourself. By Planck length, the ring's diameter is measured in 10 orders of magnitude. Confidence interval 4 standard deviations. 10 orders of magnitude? Yeah, even the first Herscher singularity, which is only the size of a nucleus, is measured in 20 orders of magnitude. The disparity is in 10 magnitude, which is 10 billion fold. No level of leakage can accomplish this result, unless its Herscher power is only effective in extra dimensions. Only effective in extra dimensions? Oh, this is how the fucking Herscher of Dominance core is gonna come into play. Otto is going to the imaginary tree, right? He's going to the imaginary tree, and that's an extra dimension. So he's gonna steal the core, go to the imaginary tree, and control the tree with the dominance. Got it! That's it, isn't it? He's gonna, that's what it is. He's gonna steal the core. Once they've tested it and infused it, he's gonna go to the imaginary tree and use the Hersha dominance thingy to control it, because that's what dominance does. I can predict the lore so easily, dude. So readable. Only effective in extra dimensions, you say? But how is that possible? It can at least control the puppet strings and infuse the puppets with a portion of its power. Has it ever occurred to you that... Oh, don't keep me hanging. Before we ran the collision experiment, the Hersha of Dominance power might have collapsed into extra dimensions. I mean, someone might have meddled with the Hersha power and rendered it only effective in extra dimensions. And there's only one person of capable. He played us again! Hot diggity damn! He played us! He played us like the fiddle! He played us! Inform Teresa and let her know that Otto has stolen the Hersha of Dominance. He's stolen the power! So let me get something straight here. Let me get something straight here. No one suspected, and I mean no one suspected, that Otto had ulterior motives when handing over the Hersha core. No one for a split second thought, something's quite sus. Seems like we're playing a game of Among Us here, and something's a bit sus here. Otto Apocalypso is imposter. No one. Teresa, no? Einstein and Tesla, no one just, oh, Hersha of Dominance core? Oh, what? Fucking morons. Einstein and Tesla, the dumbest characters in the game. It's all messed up. October 14th, 2017, 1830, Saturday. For the first time, the Hyperion crew realized the real danger in their trip to Shixel. The playwright wrote, "Things bad begun make strong themselves by ill." What? What does that? What does that even mean? Sorry. Let me compose myself. The playwright wrote, "Things bad begun make strong them." Things bad begun make strong themselves by ill. The writer wrote, "A person doesn't die when he should, but when he can." The poet wrote, "Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and the level sands stretch far away." Bro, the fucking grammar, dude. No, I love it. No, that to me is fucking perfect. I'm genuinely, that is perfection to my eyes. That is perfection. I love that. I would say it again, but I just can't. It's so dysfunctional, it doesn't make sense to me. A finished chapter? Is that the end? Is that the end of the chapter? So if I click this starts the next chapter automatically, or I was about to click this. I thought this is the end. Without knowing the content of what's going to happen, there were just too many different assumptions and theory. Probably. So Otto can even grammatically annoy you. True. End of chapter 26. Okay. Wow. Epic. Alright. Chapter 26 done. It actually took us 4.5 hours. Just say 4 hours. Jesus Christ, what a chapter. It is definitely information overload, but not for the most part. It's definitely just those minor moments where they start talking about quantum directional anomalies and whatnots. It's wow, okay. Again, I want to say, just overall immediate thoughts on the chapter. This is obviously the pre-introduction trap. This is introducing us to the meat of the source. That didn't make sense, but you know what I mean. This is introduction. As an introduction chapter, great, but you do need a high level of knowledge and IQ to understand a lot of the information. Okay, we'll definitely come back and do, like, obviously once we finish the story, we'll definitely come back and do a lot of the side stuff as, like, just shit. But for now, I'm just gonna leave and go to the main menu. Yeah, again, as a pre-chapter, as the introduction to the arc, be perfect even. You know, definitely not as good as some of the other ones, because the other ones are a bit easier to understand. What? Oh, it's all done in one tab. Oh, it's all done in one tab. That's why. Oh, I see. Oh. Okay. There we go. Rita's involved. I'm pretty sure that's a spinner Astera, right? That's cool. Yeah, so like that was a good chapter. I would say the solo stage is a great one as actually no, is it the solo stage? Obviously the introduction chapters, the solo stage, Immortal Phoenix are great introduction chapters. The Prodigal Girl Returns. They're all great introduction chapters. It's up there. It's a great chapter. It's a great introduction chapter. They crammed everything, I mean everything in this chapter. Oh, it's a lot of big information. It's a lot of key information. What's this? Oh, that's the upgrade system. Rewards. Let's have a look at the rewards. How do we claim? Where's the claim button? Oh. Nice. Maybe we can roll a few times, huh? Who wants to do some rolling? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you get the overview, see the chapter. So, like, what can you see here? So, a lot of stuff is locked. So, what is this recap? Oh, shit, I don't want to watch this now. I don't want to watch this now. Maybe I'll come back and read that. I don't want to read that right now. I just want to see what it has to do with. So, that's just a bit of information. Ah, yeah, this is the one. Event playback, yeah. So, if I click this, I think yeah, it gives you these ones, which is like key information, okay? And that's a lot more to be on. What the fuck? What is this? Oh my god, that's a lot of pictures. Wait, so what is this? What's this? Oh, you can literally just relive the dialogue. Oh, okay, that's fair cop. That's actually fair. Okay, you can just relive the dialogue. Fair enough, 10 out of 10. That's what I'm hoping Chapter 29 gets, but it probably won't happen for a long time, right? So, doesn't really matter. Cool. I think that was a great chapter. I thoroughly enjoyed it, even though a lot of the information did go over my head for the most part. I did get a general understanding. Time to do some daily stuff, eh? Time to just smash out some stuff. How many rolls do I have? 599. That's intense. That's intense. So Otto, okay, maybe he won't. So that's why there's. That was a very interesting thing. I definitely didn't assume, because obviously we watched that preview trailer cinematic of all the characters fighting all the other characters. Fair enough. I didn't assume that's why there was copies of Otto's. And now I'm assuming that the reason that there's copies of Otto's and why multiple can move is because now of the Hersha of Dominance core. And that's why all of them are able to attack and do things, is because of that. But I didn't assume that when I watched the trailer, essentially, for it. I didn't assume it. Which I should have. I should have done that. Oh well. It kind of makes sense, though. Oh, it's just so, like, I feel like there's a few times in that chapter, though, where the character's intelligence is just, like, thrown out the window. Like, why would no one suspect that something is, like, sabotaged with the Hersha core? Come on. Like, I don't know, I feel like I don't want to undermine the writing of the game. It's probably to do with how the game's written and whatnot, and I don't want to undermine it, but like, there's a certain level of skepticism that they should have at least had when receiving the core. Right? I don't know, in my eyes that makes sense. I would have had a fair bit of skepticism if I received an item from Auto Apocalypso. That's I would say my only problem with that stage. Is the fact that none of the characters were like, what's this? What's this about, huh? Is this a waste of our time? Yeah, it definitely is. Doesn't matter, I guess. Writing make it too convenient for plot? I think so, a bit. Even the long chapter 25 left us with an hour and a half time left. I know, right? Even chapter, yeah. These, oh god, they're only gonna get longer, aren't they? They're only gonna get longer. And I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. Because they're also going down the route of just telling a story instead of having you consume your energy to tell the story. I really do appreciate the whole thing of not using energy. It makes it so you can spend your energy in other areas, like I am doing right now. 614 energy or gems, let's spend. Can I do 2 rolls with that? Yeah, I can. $69 drops. To be fair, they just done fighting Hirsch of Dominance, or perhaps everyone's just tired. Honestly, I'll accept that one. I'll accept the one. They're all just tired. You know, Hirsch of Dominance really exhausted them, so they were like, yeah, let's just throw Reason out the window. Just throw it out. We don't need it. We don't need it. Pussy. No, that's actually fine. Gets converted into 18 Fragmentarinos. How many do I have now? 20 out of 50. Cool. That's gonna be it for today, guys. That's gonna be it. Scam. True. F. Yes. That's gonna be it for today. Thank you so much for watching. Wow. What a chapter. I'm excited to get into the next one. Thankfully, I didn't press immediately the next button because I was expecting to have to switch through chapters. Oh, whoa. I'm gonna have to try to absorb a lot of that stuff, right? Oh, well. Tomorrow is reset. Tomorrow's reset. I kind of want to play Honkai tomorrow, but I gotta stream Genshin because I want to do something in Genshin as well. Must be Feng Huang Down's fault. True. The thing with Otto is his bait is too good to refuse. His bait is too good to refuse, I agree, Shin, but due to dialogue, no characters showed any kind of skepticism. That's my only problem. They didn't show any visible skepticism. What's the plan for tomorrow's Genshin stream? It's to do the event and the new hangout event with Shinobu. Kuki Shinobu. That's about it. The Genshin streams are dry as fuck. The game has no like end game content, so it's like dry. So I'll try to milk out the event and the hangout event as much as I can. I kind of just want to like do that and then like jump into Honkai though, but I don't want to do that because it'll mess up the flow. So yeah, tomorrow we'll jump into some Genshin Impact, do Kuki Shinobu's hangout event and a bit of the whole new event, and then just weekly grinding shit in Genshin. It's not ever that fun. And then on Tuesday will be when we continue the story again. Tuesday we'll jump into chapter 27 for the Dusk of the Fool, I guess. That's about it. Jump into that, and then tomorrow I will be using my energy on the open world. Maybe I'll even have the tasks reset. No, they reset tomorrow. God damn it! I wish they reset. I want to do more open world shit. Regardless, thank you guys so much for watching again. Thanks for hanging out. We had actually a lot of viewers. 35, I think I saw with the peak. Really appreciate everyone was hanging out. Teresa trusts Auto 100% of the time. I'm like, yeah, honestly, it should be at least 99 at this point. I think you two need 2 days to complete chapter 27. Maybe. I may also take chapter 27 slightly slower. Slightly slower. If they start using big words again, whenever the big words start being introduced, I'm just gonna slow it down to 0.25 and just see what they mean. But yeah, maybe chapter 27 might take 2 days, and if it does, who cares? Well, we got the time. We got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. So we got time. The thing Otto say always true is just he never tell the negative. Oh, that's also true. That's also true. I agree with that. Again, thank you again. Tomorrow Genshin, the day after Honkai Impact for Chapter 27, and then obviously more after that. Guys, thank you again for everyone. Peak of 35 viewers, and love it. Thank you for 1,000 subs. The Discord server will be up, let's say, middle of this week. For anyone curious, the Discord server will be up middle of this week. That's all. Have a great day. Stay safe. Drink water. Eat some food. And be a happy person and play Honkai Impact because it's a great game. Love you guys. Bye. Bye. Bye.